Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on August 24th as we reach 250,000 subscribers.
Woo!
Let me introduce the panel, and could be an unexpectedly busy week, which we will all discuss and more. I hear something going on, that's Shy. Way to be prepared on a Monday, Shy. Introducing Shy, senior economist. Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And the one and only. I got to come up with something else, Jimmy. You're not the man on the big screen anymore. It's the one and only senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. After a glorious weekend, we started out Monday with another glorious day. Let's go.
That's right, Jimmy.
So
Absolutely.
glorious.
Yeah. He'll tell you later. Don't worry. Jimmy he reveals it at some point. A quick look at the tape. We'll get to Shy with the news. Equity index is down a little bit. Had some NVIDIA news, which splashed the tape a little bit. I saw NVIDIA in the after hours, took out last week's low, or maybe just Friday's low, and then came right back in. So NASDAQ getting a little bit hurt from that. The rest of the index is pretty flat. I think it's just kind of range-bound week. Craig will talk more about that, whether a negative gamma, if we're in that little macro window, Craig.
Yeah,
is that about
minuscule window of potential weakness?
Yep. Gold, the trade that keeps on giving. Let's go, baby. The only position I have on right now. Looking to cover that. I actually trimmed some of it going into the weekend. I hate going into anything with full risk, but I think, gold, 47.60 this week. I think it's on par. It's funny. The year-to-date anchored VWAP comes in there, and I heard Pax talk again yesterday about 47.60 as a key level for him. We'll wait and see what happens there. Silver not doing so hot this morning. That and platinum's just kind of flat. Copper still in this mid-6 handle range. Maybe we'll talk about that with Shy. Something that was interesting overnight, natural gas did a 180, was down and turned around. We're going to talk about that with that COT data. We were talking about how that COT data has been heavily to the sell side, and now it looked like it's like teetering on that low. We'll see what Jimmy thinks about that. And it did a 180. It's up 1.5% this morning. Crude oil off nearly 2%, back down to 85 and change. Still above year-to-date VWAP, above that 83.30 area I've been talking about. And bond market did a 180 as well this morning. It was back below 109, back above it. Maybe it's just going to chop around 109 to 110. We'll see all of that.
On that too. We're on Z.
We're on Z?
Yeah.
Yeah. So last week was it? Because let me think, is this?
Last week was you. We rolled today to Z.
That seems
early.
That seems early.
It is.
We'll see what Jimmy says about that on the volume, how much that matters on that. But all of that and more. Shy the news.
All right. So U.S. and Canada trade talks fell apart this weekend with 50% tariffs hitting billions of dollars in Canadian goods. Carney said his government would match the U.S. duties dollar for dollar to protect workers and businesses, with U.S. officials pledging to present President Donald Trump with options to escalate. Prime Minister Mark Carney sees little chance of resuming talks with Trump before the midterm elections. Next, we have more fun news. Besson's going to unveil details of a plan to more effectively economically isolate the Islamic Republic later today at 2 p.m., building on already extensive sanctions that have been in place for decades. It's unclear what will be announced, but the move may impact some of Iran's largest trading partners, including China, Turkey, and India. And Bitcoin, since we were talking about that, this morning, spot Bitcoin exchange-traded funds had their strongest weekly inflow in 10 months last week. The 13 listed U.S. funds drew in a net $1.92 billion, with a B, the most since early October last year. The funds also posted their biggest single day of inflows in over 3 months, pulling in $606.3 million on August 20th. As far as data is concerned today, quiet on the data front. At 8:30 a.m., we do have Chicago Fed National Activity Index, which is not a market mover, so not much data to move the markets today, but we do have plenty coming up with NVIDIA earnings after the bell on Wednesday, and of course, Warsh on Friday at Jackson Hole.
Yeah, and you got Bessent today, right? Later today?
Yep, and Bessent today on Iran.
Speaking of Bessent, coming off of that trade, Craig, coming off of that announcement that he had last week, which was perfect timing to have Mike Green in here. Bitcoin and gold continue to be the stories following that announcement.
Yeah, it's unclear exactly why the Treasury Secretary made this decision last week to double the buybacks of the long end from $2 billion to at least $4 billion in auction. He had the opportunity to do that a few weeks ago at the Treasury's quarterly refunding announcement and decided not to. And then 2 weeks later, he comes out with this intra-meeting move. It's, reeks a little bit of scramble. He obviously talked about in an interview, he didn't like the pricing of the bond market, and he didn't like the lack of liquidity, although there's really no issue with funding, and there's no issue with spreads. So it really just seems like he's trying to say, I have my eye on this. I'm watching it. I'm going to try to do something about it. The problem is what he's delivering is akin to bringing a water gun to, a shootout, right? I mean, it's just not that much in the grand scheme of things when you get announcements like last week, like Broadcom is going to do up to $100 billion of debt finance. And the Treasury Secretary is talking about up to $4 billion in auction and buybacks, right? The numbers are massive. The other thing they're not doing is they're not moving on the deficit spending. The deficit spending now is still running close to 6% of GDP. There's no traction back to, get back to 3%, which is his target. He talked about, eventually they're going to do some spending cuts, a Doge 2.0 okay. Potentially. So we're just not getting real structural change. And so the bond market initially rallied on the news and then sold off. Stocks initially rallied on the news and then sold off. But you're right, gold and Bitcoin rallied and kind of held their bid because gold likes to anticipate eventual liquidity. And so I think what the gold market is saying is, we see you. We know you're going to have to do more in order to eventually stop this train, and that's why I think gold stuck the landing here, and the dollar, weakened as well. And so Treasury's going to have to do more. There's going to have to be even bigger buybacks or something else, cutting of coupons at the next QRA in order to prevent the long end from really getting disorderly here. Warsh can help. But he has been public that he doesn't want to use the balance sheet really to help. Right. So it's going to be a big week for how we get to understand how Treasury and the Fed work together. Hopefully, Warsh will give some information on that front on Friday. He's been loath to give the markets anything so far, but it seems like he might have to tell us what he's going to do here. Is he going to cooperate with Treasury to help lower overall funding costs and maybe bring the balance sheet down? Or is he going to act averse to the administration, and he's not going to be the sock puppet that Elizabeth Warren claims he will be? We'll see.
Could be an unexpectedly busy week this week. A lot going on.
We also had, just really quick on gold, we had Ray Dalio posted on a LinkedIn on Friday, basically, urging investors to allocate 10 to 15% of their portfolios to gold and reduce bond holdings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that story has been out there for so long, though. Not from Ray, maybe he has talked about it, but just like how many people have been pounding the pavement on that, right? I mean, Danielle, you can name almost every macro person we have on the show, and you guys, of course, as well. Jimmy, what caught your eye overnight?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that little bit of a bump up on the Treasury bond futures. I'm not buying it. I mean, the commitment of traders came in last week where the large specs are more short, commercials are way more long. A half a handle's a nice bump, but not out of the woods yet. I mean, the trend is still down. I think the fundamentals are still down. I don't think we're out of the woods yet on the 30-year Treasury bond. And I think that's going to, like I said on Friday, I think it's going to continue to weigh on the equity markets. Overnight, I was kind of surprised at how sleepy the indices were. They didn't move a lot. Now maybe they're starting to move a little bit. They're all red. The Russell was the strongest when I woke up, but right now they're creeping down, and I think we're going to see some of that weight potentially in the equity markets if bonds don't really start moving. But I don't see it happening.
Is gold or Bitcoin testing any key levels soon for you, Jimmy?
Well, Bitcoin, I think, hit a point. I think this is a milestone kind of rally after the meetings in D.C. In the words that, we're at 78,000 on the Bitcoin right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we went sideways a little bit until we get to that September 15th milestone, which is supposedly the cloture vote for the Clarity Act. I think that's the next milestone to kind of look at there. I think that market's reacting to this kind of positive news and on the Hill right now. But gold is just, gold is doing what it's supposed to do when there's a lot of uncertainty happening right now. And I'm looking for places to get long gold right now.
So back to the panel, I think that, Jimmy talked about a couple things. One, equity index is overnight kind of slow, which is expected, I think, because I don't think you have a really clear leader to the upside right now. We all know that the Russell's been the strongest one, but with the bond market teetering, I'm not so sure that the Russell, what is it, up 22% for this year already? Is it going to be up 40%? I guess it could. Anything's possible. I doubt it. But again, I think the S&P and Russell are at areas where it's going to slow down. Merritt's talked about that as well. I have talked about that. NASDAQ's the key to me. I think that if the NASDAQ can start to push above 29.8, I've talked about that level for weeks on end, maybe you start to get some leadership to the upside. Other than that, I feel equities just kind of feel stuck here, man.
Yeah, I think we're in that, the summer doldrums here a little bit. We're post-August expiry. Jem has talked about, potential for a sell-off here into the August expiry, into the midterms, or the September expiry into the midterms. For the last 3 midterm cycles, we've seen a 10% correction from the high in the August expiry or September expiry to that low before the election. So we're kind of in this window of potential weakness. And after expiry, dealer-supported positioning is at the cyclical low for the month. So it means the potential for other things to matter is amplified this week. What are the other things out there? The bond market, the gold, Besant, the dollar. So, Warsh, right there, core PCE on Wednesday morning, and NVIDIA after the close on Wednesday night. So plenty to think about this week. And I think equities are more likely to notice that the bond market is in modified disarray here, right? Besant has shed light to market participants on the concerns about supply at the long end, not only from the U.S. Treasury, but from Japan selling, but from Europe selling. French deficits are expanding. And then the AI CapEx story, both the Fed and really Besant as well have said the CapEx is impervious to long-term rates. That means rates need to go higher in order to slow that pace of spending down, in order to bring inflation back down to target. If we're just going to allow the AI story to run unabated, inflation is never going to get back to target. So then the Fed has to come in and say, are we going to do something about it or not? If they are going to do something, raise rates or sell treasuries from their portfolio, that would help. If they're going to do nothing about it and just allow inflation to continue to run target for another 5 years, that's why gold's rallying. That's why Bitcoin's rallying. That's why the dollar will sell off. And so we're kind of in that, I don't know, for lack of a better word, should we get up to pop moment here for this Treasury Fed, coordination or not? Are we going to know? And this is a big week to figure that out. You got Besant speaking today, Warsh speaking on Friday. It'll bookend the week, and we'll understand whether or not there is coordination in the messaging, or are they, operating from different sides of the coin here.
What I think will be interesting is the coordination of the messaging, as you say. Will the indexes start to work together? Will they be coordinated in response? Shai, I want to go back to you. You had a chance to digest those comments coming off of Besant from last week. I saw that Danielle put a tweet out. I know Mike Green has continued to talk about it. What, in your circles, what has everyone digested from this? Is there any sort of consensus on what this means for the markets?
The consensus is that, it hasn't really done much for the bond market, right? We had that initial sell-off, and we had rates go lower, and that has retraced, the 10-year, almost all of it, and half of it on the 30-year. And so I think it's what Craig mentions is that really the problem is that it's just $4 billion is just not big enough to do anything. Right, when you're talking about a $1 trillion market, so I think people are waiting to hear what Besant may or may not do. Now, Besant did say, I don't expect, the first 24 hours or the first week, I don't really care what rates do, because of what I said. This is going to take more time, and I'm confident that they'll come down, but that doesn't really seem to be the case, and that most people, it seems, are really still on, sell bonds.
It almost sets the table for what they're going to continue to do, is the way I look at it, right? As I've sat back and looked at this, I think that's why gold and Bitcoin have continued to take off here, is because they look at this and go, this is probably just the beginning. And the bond market's like, yeah, I need more to really believe you, but it sounds like they're probably going to get more.
Well, we'll find out. We'll certainly find out. And again, Warsh's comments at the end of the week will be extremely important to see if the Fed like Craig mentioned, as well, is going to work in conjunction with the Treasury, or are they not? And, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, because Warsh said he wanted the markets to do his job for him, so he doesn't mind higher rates, right? Because that does the tightening for him, and he doesn't have to raise rates that way.
Yeah, Jimmy, I mean, part of what I look at it at gold is when I see that move was, gold market and Bitcoin, a lot less liquid than the bond market, and they were both trending down for the year, and it's a repositioning time. That's what's happened. Now, the bond market's like a massive ship. It's the biggest ship in the sea, so it doesn't turn around as easily. But I do think it's turning around. And as you said, I think we're going to probably chop around this area. I tried to get long ZB last week. Again, I like to anchor a VWAP from the low, from the point of where the news came out. I mean, this is hat tip to Brian Shannon. This is like 101 in his playbook, and I really like it. So if there's anything I've added to my trading, especially my time frame that I hold it now, I like to look at that, Jimmy, is like, okay, anchor the VWAP to where that happened. It comes in at 109.07, and where are we at right now? 109.12. We're like barely above it. I mean, so we're not like the volume weighted price is telling us that we've not really gotten too far away from it. We're just kind of stuck, and everyone's still battling it out.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just to go back to gold for a second before we go to bonds. I mean, don't forget, we're not even to the calendar year mid. We're a long way away from those highs right now, and that calendar year mid is at 47.91. So that's still, we got work to do to get up there. I mean, we can even do it today, but there's a lot of from a longer term point of view, there's a lot of targets on the upside for gold to continue to hit. The Treasury bonds, it's just a series of lower highs, lower lows, and you can't get any traction to the upside right now. Now we're range bound for the last 4 or 5 weeks, kind of going sideways here, keep trying to test the 108s. Buyers are coming in down there for sure, but it's not going anywhere quickly. There hasn't been a bid in this market, and my guess there's not going to be unless something magnificent happens right now. I mean, we're tracking 5.25 on yield right now. We get to 5.5, then maybe someone's hair is going to start on fire and something's going to happen. But right now, again, sideways. I am looking for places to get short, not get long until we break prior week's highs, and that's at 110.09. So we got some work to do to get up there. I don't think we're going to do it right now.
All in all, if the bond market remains range bound like Jimmy's talking about, which I agree, after getting into the tape, sometimes you got to get into a market to feel it. I was in it and I'm like, man, this trade is just garbage. I want no part of it, right? I mean, again, I like the way that gold's trading because I feel like any sort of little cracks that were to happen in gold, they're getting bought. You could see it. You could feel it. Yeah. Bond market doesn't feel that way. But ultimately, if that's the case, I think that still sets the stage for higher equities. Obviously, things could change with that. I mean, I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as equities are concerned, right, we haven't seen the rate move bite earnings yet, right? It's just
not yet.
And it's coming, but we don't exactly know when. It's hit, obviously, certain areas of the economy already that are getting crowded out, housing, low-end consumer. We talked about that, but earnings growth in the second quarter was phenomenal, and expectations for the third quarter are still very strong. The AI trade is not really showing any signs of an earnings slowdown yet. It's coming. We are seeing higher cost of capital. We're seeing credit spreads start to widen for the tech trade. All these debt issuances that are getting done at wider spreads, and so it's creeping in. But really, in order to derail the equity market, we need to see the flows stop coming in. How are they going to stop? The labor market shows signs of slowdown. We haven't really seen that yet either. We've seen one month of negative payrolls. We've talked about the weekly ADP reports have been coming in a little bit softer. We get the next report next Friday for August. We'll see. We'll see if the labor market is holding up here or not. It just kind of seems like low high or low fire. And if that's the case, then the flows of the equity market never really dissipates, right? And so we kind of are in that consistent situation where window of potential weakness open to trade reality for a week or so after expiry is concerned. If nothing really happens, those positive flows come back, share buybacks come back, and the markets are levitate again because of the earnings story. And then NVIDIA this week really will help set the tone. Big. Will help set the tone for that $5 trillion company, biggest company in the world. Big outlook likely, and the stock's not really that expensive when you think about the earnings growth that they've been doing. So if they put out a gangbuster, blockbuster number here, it could attract flows back into the Nasdaq. That would make a lot of sense.
Yep.
see. I mean, we did sell off all last week, really, in tech, right?
Yeah, we did.
Which was kind of not what people were expecting. So we'll see how this week goes. But again, we are in a seasonal weakness for the index markets from mid August to the end of September. So we'll see how this plays out over the next month or so. But at the same time, we are seeing some rotation under the hood, where money is moving out of tech and into some of the other sectors, which is why we haven't seen as large of a move in the S&P.
Yeah, I mean, if you squint, you can see the sell-off from last week, right? I mean, that's how. I mean, it just is what it is. I continue to say it. It's like you need leadership. Without leadership, this market to me is just sideways two-way tape for day traders. Again, this is a market that I honestly don't know how many bull markets I've seen where the VIX this low, but we've still had this much volatility. It's not like it's that slow. I've traded some really slow index markets where you're like, oh my God. I remember from like 02 to like 07 was just
like 10 handles was
torture.
A huge day.
Every day I'm just like, oh my God, this is horrible. And for a bull market, there has been some volatility still enough. I mean, especially in the NASDAQ. S&P has not been the greatest trade, but even Russell's been somewhat volatile. But I mean, setting the stage, Shai, before we get to Jimmy's Edge report, one market we didn't talk about, one sector was energy. I mean, oil just continues it tries to go bid, it just can't stay bid.
It does. We did actually on Friday, we did close that gap from the 24th, 724. And so we're backing off a little bit from that right now. There was a Axios report out that said there were 40 takers that had gone through this trade on Friday, which is wrong. And
do people take Axios really seriously now? Because they've had like a couple like breaking headlines, and the rest of it's been.
And it's all because the U.S. official said, and I'm like, but I get Kepler information, I get Bloomberg information, and there were 7. So markets are reacting a little bit to that, and I think also this morning markets are kind of waiting to see what Bessent is going to exactly do with regards to these economic sanctions.
And why do you think natural gas is, I wouldn't say that it's really stopped going down with any sort of velocity. It keeps going back to the same low we've had for a while. Maybe, Jimmy, take a look at that on the Edge report and just look at it. But it just keeps coming back down to like the 260 area and bounces. And again, we saw that overnight. Yeah,
it looks like we're kind of basing a little bit right here. Not surprisingly, seasonally, we're going into the season because we have injection season. We also have some spot cargoes being ordered from the U.S. because the EU has decided to wait too long, and hoping that Qatar would get back online and this would be all behind us. So we are seeing an uptick in LNG orders for the U.S., which certainly helps nat gas price as well.
Yeah, Jimmy, I'd be curious to see what you think about it. Again, we talked about it last week. The COT data is growing. Commercials, the most long they've been in some time, 188,000, and the large specs, the most short. I mean, it just feels like this thing is ramping up for a move one way or the other. And again, I go back to what has it done last time? The large specs were this short. Let me go back. I mean, we rallied. I mean, commercials typically have been right and directional. But again, we'll let Jimmy talk about that. And we have Serezna coming on soon, I think, in the next couple of weeks. He talks a lot about this. Craig, final word.
2 o'clock today. Treasury Secretary Bessent giving an important news update. We'll see if he answers questions from the press as well. It's the Treasury has the ability to act as a volatility suppression vehicle. They have a lot of tools that they could use to do various things that they want, not only in the bond market, but obviously throughout the course of the entire economy. It will be interesting to see what they decide to do here with respect to sanctions. Are they going to sanction China for buying Iranian oil? I think that is the only thing that really matters into a meeting between Trump and Xi next month, right? If they're really going to go with economic D-Day, they have to do that. If they don't do that, then this is a lot of bluster. But if you start to sanction Chinese oil, you start to sanction their financial system for dealing with this, then that puts some more pressure on the bond market, because then overseas holders of treasuries are going to say, wait a minute, I'm a little bit concerned here. They're going to come take my holdings. Maybe I need to sell some more here, reallocate more money into gold. We saw that dynamic in play after the Ukraine war started in 2022. So this could be a big market moving speech today. 2:00. We'll cover it in this afternoon and in chat.
Yeah, make sure you go into the Discord as well. Check out what's going on there. And again, chat, good morning. Smart Chuck made a little smart-ass comment earlier. He's like, Anthony, he's like, I stumbled across a picture of you with that bald head on Twitter. Is that from a while ago, or did you actually shave it? Come on, chat. Let's get with it a little bit this morning. Let's bring some energy here. 250K. It was a... Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. We did get to 250K. Thanks to all of you. If you're new here, welcome. Hit like and subscribe because it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, we're going to do nat gas. Did you notice Deli's audible? He just called right there. All right, let's talk about it anyway because it was a good call. Here's the weekly chart right now on nat gas. Doesn't look like that much, just kind of looking at it, but let's dig down a little bit. We have the commercials. The hedgers right now increased their long positions to 188,000. We have the specs. Large specs increased their short position to 204,000 on the commitment of traders. RSI is going kind of sideways here on the weekly. But when we jump into the daily, we see a big red candle today popping up. I don't know if that's because of Gulf Coast export terminal maintenance winding down, which would kind of draw some gas feeds out of the system, or if it's weather or whatever it is. Shai pointed out what it might be as well. But right now we're above previous week's close right now. This is kind of a attempted breakout to the upside, I think. Previous week's high is at 2.875, so that would be a target for me on a bigger picture point of view. But look at the RSI. The RSI is moving up right now with that signal line falling further and further behind. Look at this. This is a great parabolic chart here intraday. Let me kind of get my bearings here as the data populates, but kind of a nice point of control right now. Really, the distribution is really funky because we did have some volume overnight, but the point of control right now is pretty good, and this is kind of where we're hovering right above that, right near that R2 level. We have that one-day max on the upside at 2.841 should this thing continue toward the upside. The bottom of this it's not really the value area, but it's close to the value area if you think about the formation of this thing. Right by Jack's 2.8 is kind of the bottom of the conversation along with previous sessions highs. So we'll see if this is settled down, if all the excitement's already done or not, but keep an eye on that one-day max to the upside for that. Let's take the other market that's kind of was very, very interesting to me is this whole, the wheat market. Let's pop this up right now. We are just making new highs right now, $7.11.5 right now in the December new crop wheat market. We have this conflict going on. This is the Chicago soft wheat. It is kind of a substitute for the stuff that you get in Russia, Ukraine, but it's not a one-to-one substitution, but this is still upward price pressure here. We are literally making calendar year highs today, $7.15. So we took out the swing high, previous month's high at 7.11 in a quarter. So this is definitely catching a bid right now. Wheat is a big deal. We have a gap up overnight and, well, kind of trade at the top of the value area right now. We do have that one-day max by MenthorQ. Look at that. We just totally hit it. So again, these are awesome signals. Not a lot on the upside, right? We're breaking new ground. We're making all-time highs. We're above that session VWAP right now, and previous month's high at 7.1125. We're right at it right now. So official point of control is a little bit lower at $7.09. So keep an eye on wheat. It's definitely probably one of the strongest markets here that we're going to talk about. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P though, because we have a really nice retracement happening right now in the E-mini S&P on the daily candle chart. We're at that 38.1% retracement just about. That's at 76.42. Now we got some milestones we got to break to get there. We got that previous week's low at 76.57 3/4, previous quarter's high at 76.48.75, and below that previous month's high at 76.32. So a lot of targets down here on the downside. We're below that 8 EMA and we're testing the 21 EMA. This is looking heavy to me. I'm a little bit worried. My bias is somewhat negative here. Let's just take a look at some Jack's numbers here just to kind of see where we're at. Volume profile still immature. We do have a nice, it's kind of a B-shaped distribution. If you squint a little bit, we have a kind of a nice point of control. We're just launched off of that right now at 76.77. And look at this VWAP. This is a beautiful story right now. We broke To the downside, the session VWAP at about 11 o'clock last night, and we stayed below it the whole time. We almost tapped it right here at 5 o'clock. We did tap it, but we couldn't have a 10-minute bar close above it at 740. Now we're trying to get up there again. This is kind of an important line in the sand for me on this particular market. Should we get a breakout to the upside, we've got all sorts of targets, including previous sessions highs, R1, and then we had a 0 DTE high volume level at 77.25 on the downside. Previous sessions lows and corresponds to S1. Surprise, surprise. 76.60ish, give or take a couple of ticks. So targets on the upside, targets on the downside. I'm leaning to the bearish side this morning. We'll see how it goes. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. He got into the commodities kind of deep today, didn't he?
Right on.
He's trying to tell us something.
Ags are on the move today, man. They're all up over 2%.
Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Jeremy Schwartz, who is Global CIO of Wisdom Tree Funds.
All right, let's take a look at who else will be on NinjaTrader Live this morning. Following Jeremy, we've got Tape Talk with Pharm. Dig in what's happening with him today. We got Trade the Open with the OGs, Tanja and Salma. I better be ready for what the 250K giveaway is. She's gonna she's gonna be holding me accountable for this. Midday markets with Stowe and Jack of all trades, and then trade the close with XYZ, Nick for a tick, and Jack is doing double duty, so he will be on the close as well. All right, let's bring in our guest. Jeremy, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you here. So I want to start off with, following last week's news from Bessent, we had two standouts, gold and Bitcoin. Bond market trying to play along as well. Not quite there yet, still a little bit choppy. Well, what do you think the trades were, or what were your thoughts following Bessent's comments last week?
Well, we did comment a little bit that it's very tricky with, you've got a few big things this week. You've got the Warsh press conference at Jackson Hole, or the speech at Jackson Hole, and Warsh is saying, hey, let the market get its own signal from, you try to give no guidance of what the Fed's going to do, no reaction function, not even really what he's looking at, because he wants the purity of the market signal. And then it's like, well, is Warsh talking to Bessent? Because now Bessent is coming in and saying, hey, we're going to try to distort the market signal. And a little bit of irony there that Warsh wants the market to get a clear signal, and Bessent's now clouding the signal. So it'll be interesting to see what we get from Warsh. You did, a few weeks ago, very much unrelated to all the thing that powered gold just this last week, I put out a piece saying it looked like the bottom was forming in gold from both the positioning, the sentiment, and just the sort of read of the technicals. We were thinking that gold was forming a bottom a few weeks ago. So I do think that is one of the places, even when I look year to date, it's still been in outflows, with all the volatility. The last 30 days, it's seen more inflows, but year to date, a few $1 billion have still come out of all the gold ETFs in the U.S. I still think people are pretty underallocated to gold. When I look at the industry I'm in, ETFs, we've got about 16 trillion in ETFs today. It's only 300 billion in gold, or like call it focused commodities. So I think people have been very underallocated to that space, and think that is one of the more interesting places for diversification.
I love to hear that. Absolutely. What do you think? What do you think Warsh is going to say on Friday, and do you think he'll even react to what Bessent announced last week?
Well, and how devastating or challenging is it if he doesn't give us his real playbook? What people really want to know is, what are the things that would, not if you're going to raise or lower rates. We don't need this full forward guidance. It's really, they want his framework. Like, what is the inflation data he's looking at? What would trigger them to raise rates or lower rates? And sort of that reaction function, so that we can react to the market's balls that we see, as he's sort of made that analogy. I don't know if he's actually going to give that information. He keeps relying on these committees, that sort of year-end process going into the new year. So for all of us who are watching closely of what is he going to say at 10 a.m. on Friday, I think we might end up being disappointed. I don't think he's actually going to give us the guidance we're all looking for. I think he's going to kind of punt it till September later, but we'll see.
Then how do markets react to that, do you think?
Well, it's a little bit of uncertainty still. so really the two main themes of the markets are like what's happening with Iran and what's happening with AI. So you have developments in both of those things, and so what's one of the things supporting yields being higher is oil. So what happens in oil is one of the key inputs for what goes on in the treasuries. And so, our view generally is that the U.S. is trying to get out of this situation. It doesn't seem like Trump really wants to escalate. It seems like even though we're putting this pressure and the economic warfare pressure that Besson wrote about in the FT today, we do think they're trying to avoid more fighting. They're trying, it seems like, and so that there's risk to that, and Iran gets a vote on whether or not that's true or not. But we think that could be one of the things that calms if oil cools down, that would definitely calm the bond market. That would be very good for the general equities. And then you got NVIDIA. I've been calling NVIDIA value stock for a few months. I put it as a top holding in one of our value funds, even though semis are up 15, down 15, 16% off their highs. One of our value funds, WTV, it's basically at its 52-week high, and we have NVIDIA as our top holding. And I do think it's still like the prime AI stock. There's other exciting areas of diversifying, but we think NVIDIA still represents value. We're believers in that long-term thesis of compute. Everybody needs more compute. We still think it's generally early in the whole cycle. And so, I think NVIDIA is also the key story for the market this week.
Absolutely. Are you worried at all about NVIDIA credit costs? We had CDS closing at highs on Friday. We're seeing that kind of widen in the tech sector across several companies. Is that a worry at all, or should it be?
Well, you went into June, and when we looked at the things at the end of June, you had like the Mag 7 stocks, like the hyperscalers down, and things like the AI beneficiaries up 60% before the sell-off with the situational awareness unwind and all that. So, it was clearly a move from the spenders on all this CapEx, which are the big hyperscalers, to the beneficiaries and all the bottleneck plays. I think they need to fund it. This is definitely changing the profile of the Mag 7. They used to be these capital light businesses, and now they actually need to spend. And they're all just trying to get the best financing terms that they possibly can. And so, there's definitely fears about circular financing and people putting into the ecosystem. But you also understand if somebody, if there's a close call between whose chips you're going to buy, who's going to give you the best deal? Strategic partnerships make sense in a lot of these places. And so there was the comment earlier. I was listening to the segment about like where is the earnings cycle on these things. Clearly the earnings have been concentrated in the tech companies, but for the earnings of the economy as large, like for every other company besides the chip companies and the bottleneck players and the power companies, the general small cap company, where are they in the earnings cycle? They haven't even started of getting the benefits of AI, I'd say. Like, I think that the margin improvement story for the markets over the next few years is that people learn how to use the new tech, and we do see much better earnings growth than we had the last few years, particularly from the small cap space. And so we think we're early in that cycle, and we're not really overly concerned about the financing elements that definitely generate a lot of headlines.
So you're saying Russell's going to go higher?
It's only up
It's gonna
22%
outperform?
this year. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that, Jeremy, right? The Russell 2000 has been the upside leader, I think, percentage-wise this year. And so you think that that's a thing that's going to continue?
Yeah, we went overweight small caps like maybe September of last year. So we've been overweight small caps in our model portfolios for a good amount. We keep, underwriting it and say what would change our thesis. Much higher rates from the Fed would be one of the things. But, one of the sectors that's very overweight in things like the Russell 2 is biotech. And then obviously you saw the big news last week, and a very exciting amount. That's been one of the toughest sectors over 5 years. Like we have a fund where you look at the biotech sector down basically flat over 5 years. They were really hit on the rising rates, and that sector was very out of favor. It's definitely coming back with a vengeance, but you also think that is just in some ways very early for the drug discoveries that are going to come from AI. I've been talking about that for a few years, saying we're going to have an explosion in drug discovery. It's great to see some positive signs. I hope the regulators are able to keep up with the innovation that I think is going to come from putting your DNA through a machine that can figure out the connections in these drugs much faster than humans could experiment with. I think it's going to be amazing for everybody. But I think that biotech sector is one of the things pushing the Russell 2 higher.
Jeremy, I want to talk about themes. I think that a lot of traders, I've been talking about this a lot, overthink August. We're in the last week of August now, which actually could be quite a volatile week with everything that's going on here. But I want to kind of set the stage for what you think would possibly happen towards the end of the year as we get ready to close out the quarter in the next 5 weeks. Let's go back to the year so far. We hit a year where energy has been the upside leader, pretty much strongest sector that we follow. Metals, like you said, the outflows in gold, that has been something as of note. So like you have gold railing recently, but still for the year, the theme has not been, metals have not been super in favor like they were last year. Bond market continues to be weak. Equities started off weak and have now come alive. How do you see this end of the third quarter, fourth quarter? Is it staying the same? Is it shifting? What do you see?
Well, I think I mentioned I thought gold had been bottoming. I do think that continues higher. One of our funds for gold is GDMN, gold miners plus gold. So it's kind of a little levered play on the gold. We've been talking about that as being kind of attractive for one of the thematic places. Last week, we talked about Merck and Moderna, but Unitree's IPO being 5 times up from in China, which is like one of the key humanoid plays. And I think, there's all this conflict in both Russia, Ukraine, and Iran, the benefits of drones in sort of the fighting element. I think what you see is this huge demand for robotics, physical AI, taking the next leg of the AI story. I think NVIDIA is going to talk about physical AI as the next leg of demand for their chips. And so we did do a ETF for that, WDRN, which is our theme based for that physical AI story. But I think that's the next leg of the AI stories, going even beyond just the bottleneck trades that have been winning all year. It's sort of this physical AI is the next phase driving the AI story higher.
Are we worried about sort of the inflationary pressures of AI on the economy and what Warsh may or may not be able to do?
I think there's short run and long run. Long run, I think it's deflationary, but short run, it's got all these things of the commodities that they need for the data centers and the build out that's certainly putting the inflationary pressures and the chips. And you see that like with NVIDIA raising prices 15%, the memory names, because they don't have the supply, so I think in the short run, there's these inflationary impulses. Long run, if it leads to productivity that I think really everybody thinks is coming, I see signs of it, that is a longer term deflationary force. Short term, though, the bottleneck story being very inflationary. So that's the dynamic. And the Fed needs to look long term, and some of these things, supply situations, can they really impact? If they hike rates, is that going to increase supply of memory? It's going to have no impact. So like they really should look past that in some ways. But that's going to be the key challenge that Warsh needs to address. What is their framework? How are they going to look at these supply constraints versus where do they really want to crimp demand to offset the inflation impulse?
And since you brought up they're going to need all these commodities to build out these data centers, what are your views on copper and silver with that respect, being that a lot of they're going to need a lot for data center build out?
Yeah, long term, very bullish. I mean, I think the story on that is very clear. You need much more copper. You need silver for everything. The industrial metals space is there hasn't been as much new supply coming on markets in any of these places, and so I do think coming back to the point that people remain underallocated to commodities is one of these global, U.S. phenomena. I mean, the Europeans, I'd say, the average commodity allocation in the ETF world is closer to 8%. In the U.S., it's 2%. So I still think people, that's one of the biggest gaps people need to fill. And there's certainly across the whole industrial metals complex, they need a lot more of it.
We're pretty much out of time, Jeremy, but I wanted to know, do you follow Bitcoin at all?
I do. We do both at Wisdom Tree. Personally, I've been following it closely. As we started looking at it, of our firm, we have a big commodity franchise in Europe, and if Bitcoin is going to be the new gold, we wanted to be part of it. So we've been focused on it at Wisdom Tree probably for 7, 8 years in the ETF world. I do think. It had a combination of factors. You got the administration talking positively about some of the developments coming up over the next few weeks. So I think some of the headlines there, it had been stuck. You can see these explosive moves when you get any sort of positive signals. So I think it's still a nice diversifier for, if you're allocating to gold and other things. I think that's one of the things that kept gold under pressure is people were moving to Bitcoin over gold. But the administration headlines, I think, is the real catalyst from last week on trying to get this Clarity Act moved forward and getting more regulation from the U.S.
Yeah. All right, Jeremy. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So my take is metals come back into favor at the end of the year, which we're already seeing that. They have work to do. I still think it's going to be...
I think it's going to be a long, drawn-out trade. This is going to go for a couple of
Gold
years.
I don't think just going right back to 5,000. I mean, it could, but I think it's going to have a little fight here. And it's going to be interesting to see if copper can finally come alive. Platinum still sub 2,000. We'll see if it regains that. Silver, let's see if it could regain 70. And then all of a sudden now you have that metal trade back in favor like it was last year, not this year. But then I guess that takes me to the energy trade. Is the energy trade kind of done, Shy? I mean, no one's talking about it again. I think people are exhausted from it.
I think they are exhausted from it. I still think higher for longer. But if you look at the equities can still continue to march higher. So even though crude hasn't really done anything over the past few weeks, that's probably a good thing. You don't want to see, I keep saying this, you don't want to see oil at $100. 85 is fine. Economies can handle it. And it doesn't cause any kind of recessionary pressures on particularly emerging markets. And so staying at 85, the oil companies are making a lot of money at that point, let's be honest. So the equities continue to hold up very well.
Yeah, I think if you're trading energy markets, I like natural gas over oil right now. Natural gas is starting to show signs of some volatility. If you like volatility, if you're into that kind of thing, oil is still just so much back and forth. It's like I haven't put a position on it in a while, but I look at it and go, why? I mean, that and the bond market to me feel like, yeah, we want to go higher, but we kind of don't.
Right.
So anyway, all right, Shai, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's bring in Pharm. What's up, homie? How we doing?
Morning, Dr. Crudele. Doing well.
I loved watching you last night. I mean, it's funny because the whole time I'm watching you, I just watch. I'm telling you, man, I just box it off and I watch Sarah and Pax's face. That's it. And I look to see if they're really, as we did in the Discord, does Pax get it? He's getting them all now. He's sharpening it up, man.
He's paying attention for sure.
He's really he is. All right. Well, let's dive into the charts this morning, Pharm. Let's take a look at a couple things. I'm going to start off with natural gas because I've been talking about it, and I think that natural gas. I rarely trade this market, and I mean rarely. But when I see the COT data just bubbling up on both sides like this right now, and we just can't press below this low, I look at it and go, maybe I can grab onto something here. The last time the COT data, I mean, look, first of all, you've had large specs have been short for all of 2026. This is all of 2026 right here, okay? And they just cannot make any sort of headway lower. And the last time you had that kind of buildup where we had the lowest they were, what happened was eventually it rallied, okay? Commercials are typically right in the movement of natural gas. Again, I'm no expert on COT data. I'm just going off of what I see on the chart in front of me. But I do think if you start to see technicals line up for natural gas to the upside, I like it. I think crude oil is just not a great trade. I think natural gas is the trade for energies right now. I want to also take a look at gold. Gold's the only position I have on. I'm long some GLD. I actually bought some micros. I went to the micros this time trying to hold something. Gold, it's funny. I hadn't traded it in the futures for a while. man, that sucker, even with like a handful of micros I had put on initially, I was like, man, this sucker moves, man. I was like, whoa. But position myself in that, coming off of those percent comments, and I continue to look at this and go, man, has this market just done a 180 for the year? And it's interesting, Pharm, because I was bearish gold, and I bring this up just to prove a point of like, it doesn't matter what I think, it matters what the market tells me, right? And the reason why I was bearish gold is you had continued rotations below the VWAP for the year. Every time I had a little buy signal, which is these blue lines, just a flaccid move off of that, to say the least, right?
Well done.
Then you had a little move off of this one, this blue line, and then I said, okay, I was talking about 45.50 to 45.80, but now we regain the moving averages. We're regaining this VWAP. I start to look at it and go, yeah, it might be a little overbought, but I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong here. And again, I actually got into a position long because I saw the way that it was doing, and I think gold is one of those markets that is going to be a trade that probably keeps on giving. I think it's going to be very volatile. I think that you're going to see the dips bought, but I also think that you are starting to run into areas of resistance. Pax's levels 47.60. On my other chart that I use on TradingView, 47.66 is the year-to-date anchored VWAP, and I think that area is going to be some resistance. So I think in this area it's going to be busy. So we'll see. I'm curious what you think. I'd like for you to touch a little bit on gold, just because I do think that equities, I mean, we know you're going to cover those, but I'm curious, like, what do you think about gold now? Remember, because you weren't really super bullish before. If anything, you were a little bearish with me. I'm curious where your mind is now.
Yeah, still long the miners. I like the miners. That was a little easier play when things were chopping around in that multi-week balance down in the basement, for sure. Because I mean, the miners can do well even if it chops around 4,000, 4,200, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, it has run, and everybody's watching the metals right now, of course. So maybe some consolidation is due, but still constructive. We're up above last week's high right now. Really, for me, it was kind of these 46.80s. Finding a bid. I'm definitely looking for a move up to call it 47.80s, and from there, it's probably going to run up and take that 49.17. It was a prior high upper wick. I wouldn't mind seeing some consolidation though. I don't currently have a leverage long position on it. My plan has been I really want to hold the miners for like a year, maybe a year and a half, and they're up nicely, and then just trade gold, both ways, as is indicated. So, buying first levels of support though overnight. I mean, that's a good look. I mean, if it's going to continue framing higher, which it is on the daily, we haven't traded the the U.S. traditional U.S. cash just yet here. But that's a constructive look. So, I mean, to me, as long as it's not giving back 44.90s, I'm going to be constructive on it. You generally don't want to see a failure above a prior week high and then start working back through range. That can end up getting a little bit iffy. But generally, I'm constructive on gold. Don't really see any reason to short this yet. It's going to have to find some balance, like a multi-week balance again, like it did off the lows. Before there's any kind of a meaningful change in this trend, at least a multi-day balance would be a start. So I do like gold. Interesting on natural gas. I'm not going to pull up the chart because we've got limited time, obviously, but good luck trading that. It's always fun, right? There's a lot of memes and jokes about all the different ways to lose money trading natural gas, but there are some equities you can play off of it though. So I don't know, maybe like midstream, something like that. So I might look at some of those charts because I agree it looks like it's trying to find a low. Anyway,
the one thing I would say to everybody, if you're trading natural gas, is like just pick a side, put a position on, and work a stop. Where I've had the most failures in natural gas is overtrading that market, because it'll just turn you and twist you. It's like a roller coaster, and it's like you get into your own, we used to call a personal fast market, trading that market. And I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Like, I'm blowing up in real time. Why? If you like it, put the bidder offer in, work the stop, and don't even look at it. Just forget it. Let it do its thing. I mean, maybe you could say that about all markets, but especially for that one.
She's a mean one. She's a mean one for sure. I mean, she's like, you take crude when crude is volatile, And that's, natural gas on like a run of the mill day. It's just dirty and nasty. So, but yeah, I mean, while everybody's watching the metals and crypto, and rightfully so, I mean, we're at a really important spot on equities. So, I'm really making sure not to lose attention on the equities while the metals do their thing, because it's like, is there just not enough cash sloshing around in the system right now to bid equities along with crypto and the metals? We saw that crypto was so incredibly weak for so long while equities remain resilient. And to me, that was maybe a sign. I mentioned this last night that, maybe global liquidity is not quite as it was advertised, for, at least the last 6 months or so. So NQ sitting at this big spot here. You don't want to see it lose this volume, which it is threatening here. It's a situation where it could teleport a few hundred points to the south. So today's going to be a big day where this opens and how it behaves. I mean, really the next 35 minutes, I'm honestly not even sure exactly what I'm going to do today, but I'll touch on some options, obviously, when I drill into tighter frames. We've got this RTH bullish gap that I've got in sort of this bluish rectangle highlighted here. So we've tagged it once on Thursday, I guess it was. We found at least covers, but buyers in general. We've tagged it again. It's trying to pop out of there and hold last week's low. But I definitely don't think you want to see persistent weakness below last week's low, or you're probably talking a few hundred handles to the south side. So whether or not bulls can find their feet in here, maybe another push down through the overnight low that then reclaims this past week's low. We talked about how last night, like YM maybe was given some clues. I mean, it did exactly this, right? Like it sniffed its RTH gap, found buyers, probed deeper into it, found buyers, and then ultimately just puked through it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen with NQ and ES, but it's something that I have to keep back of mind. This 469 to 480 spot that it failed at the overnight high is sort of at least my initial inflection point for this week. Not a fantastic look that we traded higher first and failed there. And now we find ourselves just kind of dry humping last week's low. Haven't seen dry humping like this since a middle school dance, right? So it's got to make a decision, and the next 30 minutes here are going to be huge. ES has not properly sniffed its RTH bull gap. So again, kind of bluish rectangle there, using 76.49 to 56. Came down and kind of sniffed it on the spike down on Thursday. And then rallied. So it may want that proper test. And so the question then is, what happens with NQ? Does it maybe it comes down to the overnight low, sweeps that out. ES gets a proper test of its bullish RTH gap, which again is a back test of prior all-time high. If you look left down here, and you want to see that hold. Same type of deal as NQ. I mean, if we're giving back the prior all-time highs, there's some more meaningful risk. We've talked about some potential trap spots, maybe 76.30s, maybe even as low as 76.20. But we're going to have to get back over this past week's low if we trade lower. To the upside, 77.09 to 77.13. I see as sort of the first decision point for this week. If we find some strength, I think this might be what's called you see a little bit of the LBN there. It's just partly why it's a level. Is also a spike from, I want to say, Tuesday. I feel like this might be like a Dollar General LBN, I say, where, it may just end up filling in with volume and not mattering if we see strength from here this week. But for now, it's going to be sort of my important reclaim. Already touched on gold, so flip over to the 5 real quick. Same ideas. It's just sitting right here, right? It's kind of a nasty spot to open, right at sort of its lower edge. Last week's low. We've got Friday's low. We've got Thursday's low. So is it a situation where, again, are we going to open on a true gap down in the next 30 minutes, right? Do we trade lower and we open below last week's low? Are we going to hang around sitting right here? And then, what's the open look like, right? Do they find that opening drive higher or are they going to drive us lower? So again, this failure up here is problematic. It didn't quite make it to Friday's high. If we do see any kind of strength off this spot at the open, it can come into play reasonably quickly. The overnight high and Friday's high. I would still be cautious on a failed push through there that I might short back down. But I feel like it's probably now or never for sellers here. Sitting here right at last week's low, push this down further into this RTH bullish gap. The problem is you don't really want to be like initiating short into an RTH gap. You you tend to assume it's support until proven otherwise. But it doesn't look very good for buyers if we're pushing down through there. So I just kind of keep a tight stop if I am short. And again, on ES, I feel like it would be nice to get a proper test of that RTH gap. So if you want to trade NQ to the long side, maybe you can look at ES and see if ES finds its feet at a proper test of its RTH gap, and then does NQ react with it? Because again, otherwise, I mean, you've got this penis-shaped profile, the P-shaped character, anyways, the penis-shaped character of it. And you really could be looking at this thin structure to the left, and it could puke down through there pretty quickly. So bull's got to wake up here at the open and bid this up. And so truly the next 30 minutes are going to decide, whether I'm initiating a trade at the open or sitting on hands and waiting what happens. I probably would wait for the IB on a day like this just to see that's the first 60 minutes of trading, see what they want to do with this. Are we balancing? Are we trending? But it's a situation you could get an opening drive that makes the decision for the entire day from this spot. So it's going to be a big open today.
Yeah, and look at the focus of attention has shifted. Gold is now the focus of attention. Bitcoin's now the focus. You're still in August, everybody. You see what the volume's been overnight, and the equity indexes are not in the cleanest place. They've done a lot for the year so far, and so I don't think anyone's just in a big hurry to move them around yet. Obviously a big week. I'll talk about that on the transition before I get to the girls. But yeah, I mean, Pharm, as usual, it's great to be with you. I think it's there was a couple new ones I think you caught in there. I might have to go back and see if there's anything. Yeah, you talked about the P-shaped profile. You said the thin structure. No name for the thin structure yet though, right?
Sometimes you got to mind the shaft, right? We've been over that.
Okay.
I know you remember that. So
I just
you
didn't
have to mind the shaft if that breaks down.
Something. Making sure everyone's on their toes. All right, Pharm. I won't be here for the rest of the week, but I will see you when I get back. So I'll be watching you from my phone or wherever I may be. So have a good week, man.
You too. Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. You gotta keep on your toes with Pharm in the morning. Who knows where he's going to go with this for a Monday. He's definitely an interesting cat, that Pharm. Anyway, all right, couple things. One, Discord tomorrow, Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Tuesdays with T. Me and T trades. But the one time it'll be just me and him without camera, so we'll be on like a level playing field. So it's not just me out there just talking to a big T on the screen. It's going to be in audio. 4 p.m. tomorrow in Discord. T's doing some giveaways. I'll do some giveaways. What should I ask him? Should I ask him if he's ever going to show his face? Should I ask him, who knows? Well, we're going to challenge him a little bit. It's going to be fun. They're always fun on Discord. Speaking of fun, we've got Tanja and Salma, but I got to do a quick kind of overview of what we talked about this morning and what the week is. And remember, everybody, today, Becent, 2 o'clock. Keep that on your calendar. Set a notification. Shai and Craig will be talking about that. NinjaTrader Live will just be going live at that time. So Shai, I'm sure, will be, if there's any comments, she'll be there to tell you. And, of course, in the Discord, we'll be talking about it. Wednesday's NVIDIA earnings. Keep that stock up. Take a look at it. See what it's doing. It always could be somewhat of a lead. Remember, it is the AI trade. And so Wednesday, that is going to be probably a market mover. So keep an eye on that. And then you have Warsh on Friday, Jackson Hole. So some key things to watch here this last week of August. But we'll get into all of that and more. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. Good morning.
Good morning.
250K, and I don't have a plan. I'm very nervous about what Salma's going to do to me. She might scold me, Tanja.
I didn't even realize you could have just not said a word.
Oh my gosh.
You would have been fine. You could have cruised for the rest of the week. You're not going to be here anyway.
It's not like you to miss something like that.
I didn't notice.
She would pick up on it during the stream, I feel like.
What are we doing?
I kept it very quiet. I'm like, she's going to be asking me about this. What do I say? I've got nothing.
We have to at least invite us to your country club.
So that's unlike you, Deli, to not have anything.
I know. It's very embarrassing right now. I don't know. Should we?
I gave you.
Well, you two coming to the country club's an easy thing. You guys is an easy thing. What are we going to do for everybody on the chat? That's what we got to figure out. Chat, what do you guys want to see? What do you want
Chat's
for the
on their own.
You want me to? Chat's on their own.
Chat's on their own. What do you mean?
Selma. Should we give away what? Tasty Trade had a wild 250K event. He's
and you're just going to take that?
Trade now. Cooper.
You're just going to take that?
You might not see Cooper for a while.
Leo had to shave your head.
Leo to shave Deli's head. Yo mama, 1505. There's another one who's getting muted. What else we got here? Oh, that's right. Somebody said, well, I also prop account giveaway. Give away a Deli pocket comb. Yeah.
I don't even think you have one of those, do you?
You
don't need it.
I don't need it.
You don't need it.
Ninja hoodies. Should I give away?
Guys.
Give away Anthony? Just get rid of me? Send me somewhere? Yeah.
Well, he's already trying to leave us, chat. He didn't even finish today, and he's talking about, I'm not going to be here for the rest of the week. Yo, you're not real. You cannot be real.
Great. Somebody said give away Kane's old vape. Game worn Deli hoodie. I mean, come on, this is the best chat in the business.
They want your worn hoodie?
Yeah, they want your personal hoodie.
That's a little weird.
That's a little weird. A lock of Deli's hair.
They're trying to clone you.
I mean, DNA sample.
They're trying to clone you.
Oh. Well, I'm going to let the girls talk throughout the morning and come up with some ideas for us. So when I'm back next week, we'll have a real plan. Salma, I promise a real plan.
Okay, well, by when?
By next Monday.
Okay, done.
Tanya,
deal.
Tanya, keep your phone open later. I might have to call you.
Okay.
All right.
Tanya's always on D&D, so you might have to call twice.
Well, he just told me personally to not have it, so I will personally put him onto my favorites list so it comes
Give
through.
her a little warning.
Look, I'm going to add him to my favorites.
You might have to call her twice to get past that D&D.
Nope, because he's going to be on my
She's
favorites
added
list.
me to her favorites.
There you go.
All right.
Oh, by the way.
All right. Well, again, go ahead.
Wait, I have a question. What do you know about Jersey delis?
What do I know about them? I just know about going into them and ordering a sandwich.
No, but you've had?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Deli knows
I
ball.
love Jersey delis.
Deli knows ball.
So I go up to the Upper East Coast quite a bit. I've played golf on the shore a few times, and I like New Jersey. New Jersey is a beautiful state. I think it's a great state. Yeah, I was never really too much even into going up there, and we went up there to play golf a few years ago, a little longer than that, and I've been back multiple times since. We went on the shore area, Avalon. Trying to think where else I've been over there. A couple places, but
the bougie areas, chat.
Oh, they're bougie?
The bougie areas. The bougie areas. All right, well, when you and
think
Tanya
I'm going to
come
Newark
to
when I go up
Jersey,
there?
you and Tanya come to Jersey, I'll take you to this deli. It's supposed to be the #1 deli in Jersey, so.
He wants to go to an Italian restaurant, not a deli.
No, he wants to feel in touch with his Italian
We've got
roots.
deli at home. It's Crudele.
I do like cold cuts.
Gonna take deli to the deli?
Yeah.
What's your sandwich of choice then?
Oh, let's hear this.
Oh, I mean, if I'm in New Jersey, I'm getting the Italian sub. It goes without saying, right?
That's true.
Here you go. All right, we gotta
I'm in the
go.
house
We gotta
special.
go.
It's just easy. I'll go in there and that's it. Yeah. In Florida, it's a little different. I'd probably get a turkey or a ham. It's not the same, you know. But if I'm in Jersey, I get the Italian.
Florida, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Bocabagal, yeah. Anthony Cold Cuts Crudele, yeah. Listen, this could go on all morning. You see, Salma, how much time I'm spending with you today?
It's only 9:10.
Yeah. Well, they cut me off at 9:15, so I got to go at that time anyway. They want to make sure you two have. I don't know who they are, but somebody. There's a timer up here. It tells me 9:15. Get the hell out of here. So I got to follow the rules.
Yo, you just want to go cruise for the rest of the week.
I'm gonna go. I'll see me on Instagram. I'll show you what I'm doing.
I know. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to that. Hey guys, reporting live from such and such place. Working. Yeah. Has to tell us that he's working. Yeah, wink.
Don't tell everybody,
All
Salma.
good.
Jesus.
Sorry.
All right, Tanya, let's take a look at your charts. What are you seeing on this Monday, last week of August?
Yeah, so pretty similar to what Pharm was saying. I think it's pretty interesting that ES has not hit the previous weekly low yet. NASDAQ did. So NASDAQ's definitely weaker right now. Hit Thursday's low. And that's pretty much been a little bit of the theme last week too. So I mean, I don't if I gotta be slightly bearish here. We couldn't keep the bulls couldn't take control last week essentially. So gotta stay bearish / neutral in my opinion, because there was not really any legs yet from last week. Almost every day was red, and we need to I'm just gonna go with the trend. Unless there's like some real strength that comes into the market. But with the NASDAQ leading lower, typically the NASDAQ is the leading index. So I think ES is going to follow suit. Because if I'm bullish, I would rather NASDAQ lead. It's always stronger and faster. So we're gonna see how that goes. Also from the week before, there was a divergence where we didn't take out the weekly high on ES, but on NASDAQ we did, and we've dropped since. So that was like the first lending of the hand. If we're back near previous all-time highs and in the middle of the range again for NASDAQ. So I'm ready for like a two-sided market. But if it's slightly two-sided, I just want to kind of choose one side, kind of like Stowe does, so that I stay focused on that side and not kind of get too mixed up, unless it really proves to me and looks really good on the other way, proves me wrong. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see how the open does. We're gonna have any strength, or is it just gonna start dropping right away? Typically Mondays can start off pretty exciting, but we'll have to see. What do you think, Salma?
Yeah, I'm thinking price action might be a little bit wonky. I mean, I traded Asia yesterday and it was pretty wild. If you were like watching the moves on gold, ES, we were moving like it was New York sesh. And then this pre-market, we've got what? We got some news about Iran. We got some news about Treasury doing whatever they're announcing. And, we have these pretty large candles with the nasty wicks. So I'm expecting us to have a couple more of those announcements coming into today, so kind of just got to be a little bit on the defensive end with these, I don't want to call them like news headline tweets and stuff, but, like just news related stuff. Just got to be a little bit nimble with that. I am seeing us here. We have this downward trend line. We're using right now, we have resistance at around this like 76.80-ish area on ES. This is resistance. This was previously support during Asia, resistance during, London sesh. If we can get above 76.80s, I do think we have a clean and clear shot back up to 7,700. And that's where, a pretty big resistance area where we've been rejecting from overnight and from Friday. So this is another area where if I am in longs, I would look to probably offload and exit my position. if we can't get above 76.80, then we will continue with the downtrend and go lower. So that's really what I'm watching. I just want to see, what do we do here off the open? Above 76.80, I'm bullish. Below 76.80, and I'm bearish. And that's pretty much it. Just keeping focus on ES, as it does look the cleanest to me as far as, you know, structure. So that's the one I'm going to be looking at this morning.
Salma, with NVIDIA coming out on Wednesday, do you notice anything in the flows, whether it's to NVIDIA or any stocks like in the semi space?
No, not too much. Maybe it will come in today, tomorrow, but for anything relating to earnings, especially on a Mag 7 name, I try and ignore it just because it's already noisy as is, right? These names get millions and millions in inflows and outflows every single day. So for us to see something like, you know, 5 million in bullish call flow right before earnings, I try to not even like focus on that because A, I'm anti playing earnings. B, I feel like a lot of people get super attracted to playing earnings, and I don't want to post that to get them, you know, lured into trading it. So I just try and avoid it as a whole. But I haven't seen anything yet. You know, I'm sure today, tomorrow, there will be stuff that comes in, and it's just going to be mixed bag across the board. You know, you're gonna have some whales that are bullish, you're gonna have some whales that are bearish. You've got, you know, whoever is hedging, you never really know what their intention is, but yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a ton. I'll share if you want me to. I'll just shoot you like a message. But you shouldn't play it, Deli. Don't get sucked in.
I mean, I've got some
not even
NVIDIA
worth.
in my portfolio. I'm just curious. Yeah, just want to know.
It's not even worth the lotto because, listen, this is what it is. It's like every single quarter for every big name earnings, people think this is going to be the one. And it never
This
is.
is it.
Like, yeah, this is going to be the one. And it's like, well, you're still chasing, you know, the move that we had on NVIDIA in like what, 2021, 2022, I forget which quarter it was, but it had that really big earnings move and people are still chasing that. And it's like, come on, something's got to give. Either play the run up prior to earnings or play the aftermath of earnings. Don't play actual earnings, you know, don't swing into that. And if you really are adamant about it, at least buy time. That's the best thing I can tell you. You know, you want to buy time as insurance so that your contracts don't get cooked in. Don't get cooked. That's about it.
Don't get cooked.
Don't get cooked. Yeah. Play defense,
right.
Don't
guys.
get cooked, get cuts from Delhi.
Cold cuts. Yeah. Anthony Cold Cuts Crudele signing out now for this morning's NT Live.
Wait.
Well,
your middle name is C. It starts with T.
Oh my
Maybe
gosh,
that's what it was.
yeah.
Yo,
Could be
we
cold
cracked
cuts.
it. Chat.
Look how easy that was. Now
Done.
everyone knows why my last name's Deli, and it's case solved.
Done deal. Look, Cooper's laughing.
Yeah.
All right, Deli.
Cooper, I didn't forget that. I didn't forget that message you put earlier out there, Cooper. Don't worry. If you guys don't see Cooper for a while, you made him
Just know.
disappear. Just know. Just know.
If you know,
I
you
saw it.
know.
If you know, you know. All right, ladies. Thank you again. Tanya, I'll talk to you later.
Ciao. Have
Salma,
a great
have fun
espresso
today.
break.
Deli, enjoy
For
the rest
sure.
of your week, doing whatever it is Deli's going to be doing. Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. What's up, chat?
What's up? How was your weekend, chat?
Chat's quiet. Chat, it's just me and you. Deli leaves. Tanya leaves. And it's just us. Oh, Ash, thank you. I appreciate that. Try to come in every time I'm on NT, I try to come in with some energy. Yeah, Logan, that's it. It's the Salmo show right now. Salma and Business Duck back at it again. All right, let me hear chat. I got two questions for you. What are you trading this morning? What are you focused on? And are you bullish or bearish going into today? A dermis, I'm going to remember that. Oh, Jacob, come on. It was just a joke. ES bearish, MNQ bullish. Ah, we got a Russell trader. Cool. Cool, cool. If anyone was trading Asia last night, you guys know what the hell I'm talking about when I said that price action was pretty wild. We were just, if you looked away for 2 minutes, you missed an entire move. We are range bound for quite a bit, but it was a very nice range. We just continued ping-ponging back and forth between these two zones here. Man, it's wild. Dan, I guess I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Asia was nice. Yeah. It was, that's the kind of price action I like trading, when we just print, these dojis at the lows, we get the reversal. I don't know why we dropped from here. Like, I don't see anything, candle wise, structure wise. But we just rejected that 7,700 psych level, came back down, printed somewhat of another doji, back up, rejected 77 again. It was just very clean, very nice. It was a nice change of pace. Yeah, Casper, I'm telling you, eat your sardines, take your vitamins, guys. If you didn't take your vitamins yet, go take them. And you're going to be healthy and energetic as I am. Yo, E10, what does that mean? Yeah, Tanya went to go chat with Deli about the best delis in New Jersey. You guys got to give her some time. She'll be back. She'll be back. You lost me at sardines. Bro, you don't know ball. You don't understand. I think just the word sardine sounds a little bit skeevy, but it doesn't taste bad. It tastes good. And it's really, really healthy for you. Any news today? We actually have no news Monday. There's nothing on the economic calendar that I saw. But it is a pretty big week with Jackson Hole this week. And then I think Besant is supposed to talk at 2 p.m. Oh yeah, they definitely stink. Put the smell aside. They are tasty and they are really good for you. You also can't just eat them straight up with like a fork, or like a spoon, You gotta put it on toast, eat something else with it. Build your tolerance. Look, chat's awake now that we're talking about the sardines. Sardines have been stigmatized. Yeah. Have you tried them with sour cream yet? That I have not. I have not done that. The Salma show is fun. Thanks. It's because I read every single message you guys send. It's like eating dead goldfish. I'm dead. That's funny as hell. Fiber optic. I think it's more like just, I don't know. You got to eat them with like chips or bread or something. It's not about masking it. It's just, I don't know, goes better together. Whatevs. Yep, I got the headband going, chat. Somebody said earlier that I look like I'm straight out of the 80s.
You do look straight
Straight,
out of the 80s.
straight out of
I'm
the
gonna start to do
80s.
a 80s workout. Who's awake, chat?
Oh, they're all
Let's
awake. You
start
just
our
gotta talk
workout.
about sardines.
Oh yeah, sardines?
You got a haircut, right, Tanya?
I did.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thank you. It's about time. I'm going to my cousin's wedding
Oh,
in
chat.
Croatia, so I'll be gone. I'm
She's
leaving
ditching
Wednesday.
us.
Finally, a happy event. Yay. But yeah, it'll be fun to celebrate our wedding in Croatia. Be back in 2 weeks.
So I don't want to hear chat bombarding me. Salma, where's Tanya? Where's Tanya? Where's Tanya? Now you know where she's going. Yeah.
Thank you. Focus on extreme. Look,
Pros.
you're not an extra right now. I've noticed you. Keep an eye out. Good morning, Mizzy. Kyle Milenkovic is from Croatia. That's cool.
Salma got us engaged by rage baiting us with sardines. Bro, that's how I woke up the entire chat.
Sardines? Bro,
At least they were awake.
sardine diet.
It's really good. I
Sardines
gotta
are
re-up.
definitely. You got that for breakfast?
No, I had 2 boiled eggs this morning for breakfast chat, but it was so perfectly boiled where the yolk was still a little
Soft boiled?
teeny tiny. Yeah, it was soft boiled. The yolk was teeny tiny bit like still runny. Perfect.
Okay.
So good. But I need to definitely re-up on my sardines. Guys, I legit used to have like an Armageddon stash. You guys think I'm joking. But I had sardines and tuna, a lot of them. I was prepared.
Tuna. You gotta get that protein. Would you eat rice and tuna? I like making rice and tuna, like the balls, like the Japanese style, with the seaweed wrapped around.
I don't think I've ever had that. What was the timer for the eggs? Perfect question, Logan. So this is what you gotta do. You gotta boil the water for 5 minutes on its own. Pop in the eggs for 8 minutes. So freaking good. And you obviously on high. Write that down, Chad. That's good stuff.
Wait, I didn't process that. Say it again.
5 minutes of just letting the water boil.
Okay.
Pop in the eggs for 8 minutes. That's the perfect egg.
Okay. You keep
So good.
you don't like lower the temperature of the water to
No,
soft or anything, right?
I just keep it at high.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I don't like when my yolk is like overly done. Then it just makes for an extremely dry egg.
Oh yeah, no one likes that really.
Yeah, no, they're so, yep,
Yep.
so good. Delish. No, it's not overcooked. Z3, you gotta trust.
Good soup. Egg soup. That's crazy. Yeah, you know what else I realized, you guys, is that this Friday is the Jackson Hole Symposium.
Yeah.
So I feel like price could be like how it was last week.
I actually read a really good tweet I should share with you, Tanya. I think someone got that information from like an ICT course or something. But they just broke down like the Jackson Hole week and how price can be a little bit skittish. And we can kind of basically like what we did yesterday during Asia. You know, how I was just talking about like you look away for 2 seconds, you miss an entire move up. You look back and we're starting to reject the top of the range. So basically, this tweet was just saying like we could be range bound during Jackson Hole and you don't want to have such excessive targets. You want to kind of take your trims pretty quick and then have your targets be a bit conservative. I'll send that thread to you if you want. Not a thread, but it's a longer tweet.
Yeah, I'm looking for my notes right now. I went back to my parents, so I took my Okay, don't take a trade unless people get screwed over note. But I do want to write down, yeah, I still want to take 1R trades, I think, this week. At least to start out the week. Let me get my What do you guys think, chat? I think I think I want to start out this week slow. I don't want to make myself mad before I go on vacation. No crash outs, right?
Oh, you're not gonna be
But I
trading?
feel pumped up right now. I feel like we could do an 80s workout.
Bro, someone said I'm getting Greek widow vibes from you with all the black. Whoa. Billy, I just really love the color black. Nothing to do with funerals or anything like that. Yeah, maybe I should have bought a different color
Black
chair.
Widow. Wasn't that like a superhero later on, Black Widow?
I have no idea, but
Oh, we're about to have 9:30 open.
oh shoot, 5 seconds. Chat focus, lock in.
Okay, drop first.
All right, cool. Oh damn. So whoever said they were bearish,
Bar.
and if you took that trade, nice job.
42% bearish.
Yes, live in your purpose. That's what I read in that tweet. Seek and destroy conditions. Yes.
We're slowly going to convert Salma to trade ICT concepts. Slowly.
I have nothing against ICT concepts.
Do you start to have you used Midnight Open now, right? That's good.
Yeah. I have that in my indicator. No, nothing against ICT at all. I just feel I enjoy being a price action trader, just focusing on candles and the way they form and just, using key levels. A lot of times when people use like acronyms and stuff, I am lost. I got no idea what any of it means.
So, yeah, we're still well below that last week low. Let's see. Someone said earlier, who was it? Oh, Glenn Veldon, you loved my YouTube short message about last week's train wreck of a market. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Just felt like, wanted to give some encouragement to people that were maybe questioning themselves after last week. It was pretty tough.
Yeah, a lot of people on Twitter were complaining about the price action, and I was so happy last week was over. That was hell.
Staying alive. It's all about staying alive. Wow, they had that ready. Ow. That's impressive. The producers are definitely awake.
Did you know? Did we talk about this?
Well, I
Fun
definitely
fact
know
of
that. I
the
watched an
day.
episode of The Office. We're
What?
talking about CPR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the.
Yeah. That's my second favorite episode is Fire Drill. My first favorite episode is Dinner Party.
I can say something right now to get the chat riled up. I never watched The Office.
That's my favorite show. Shab just said that got me hyped. It's my favorite show. Probably watched it 5 times.
Good morning, Shab.
It's a comfort show for sure. Divine a Mever 13. I have a YouTube short about how to do that. Or on my Instagram reels, how to connect multiple firms. So essentially, if you're at prop firm checkout, like you want to choose NinjaTrader or Tradeovate, and then you can have as many of those connections as you want when you open up the NinjaTrader app on desktop. Okay, what about Friends? You know what? Friends I've watched like out of order whenever it was just on TV. But I want to watch that in order at some point. After
Yeah, Friends is a great show.
After I finish The Office again. I'm about to be on season 9 soon. At that point, you're just trudging along, but yeah. And night
That's
shift,
just
that season has happened.
hindsight.
Yeah, Night Chick says that he's having a problem with finding his edge or strategy while back testing, but in real time, I don't catch the equivalent amount of setup or close, or even close. So I don't know. Any advice? Well, that's pretty normal because when you're doing back testing, it's all hindsight. So you're like, it's confirmation bias. So you're kind of just seeing all the times that it did work out. Yeah, not much about the amount of times that it didn't. So I think that you just need to continue to do some paper trading or, buy a cheap eval and do it on that. And then really stick to your strategy. Give it 20 trades, honestly. See how they worked out. And that's how you know if you have an edge to even start on, start working with. But the thing is, like, you could have an edge and you can just have execution problems because it's stressful when you're first starting to trade, right? It's stressful because you're getting into the market, you're putting some money down on the table, and you don't want to lose that money, right? Your brain is always trying to protect you from dangerous things. And your brain thinks it's dangerous to be, losing money. So it wants to push you to close that trade early if you're in small drawdown or, anything. It puts that fear into you, right? So what you need to do is actually find out whether you have an edge or not. I suggest at first just paper trading for a couple weeks. And then that'll desensitize you. And you'll be able to see whether you have an edge or not because you have to go with forward data, not just backwards. And then secondly, let me think. Yeah, secondly, when you honestly, paper trading also, you don't have the emotion. So you're probably not going to have you're probably still going to make execution mistakes, definitely, when you start trading a real account. So when you do that, you need to risk the smallest possible amount that you feel comfortable losing, where you lose and you're like, okay, that's all right. No stress, Even if it's just like $50, $100.
Yeah, that's the way to build confidence.
Yeah, you need to desensitize yourself to the back and forth of the market. And only that way can you remain focused. Because if you're fearful, you're not focused. But that's a very normal thing, especially if you're starting out with a new strategy. If you're a new trader. I'm sure people in the chat can tell you more about their experience with that. A lot of people, successful traders I talk to, they're like, yeah, first you find your edge, and then second, the biggest hurdle is really trading psychology. But first, you have to make sure you have an edge in the market.
I think psych is the hardest part about trading.
Definitely. kind of interesting here. Yeah, Nasdaq's remaining below previous weekly low. We had a huge drop right at the open. It's the first 10 minutes of the market. We've not let up. So honestly, it's something I'm pretty happy with seeing as someone that's bearish. So let's see how where can we get to?
We do also have gaps to fill to the upside on ES. I'm sure it's same on NQ.
Yeah, we still have an RTH gap also from like Tuesday to fill on Nasdaq, right?
I don't off the top
Close.
of my head, I don't know. Let's
Yeah.
see.
I just opened it up on my chart, and we definitely have some gap there. See where we closed on that day.
Oh yeah. 30K.
Yeah, 28. To the downside, we have 28,911. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of gaps on NQ.
Gap fill. Kind of a fast start to the week. It's going to be an interesting day. Okay. I'm glad you like it, Ash G Trades. Hope I can help. 420 points we've moved so far. ATR is like 520 for NASDAQ the last 5 days. Yes, it is 70. 75-ish. Okay.
Based off of how many days?
Last 5 days.
5. Okay.
I like to keep it like short because market changes so much so quickly.
Yeah.
So I just
for
want
sure.
the last 5 days because I'm doing quick trades. My trades typically last like 10 to 20 minutes. I think you typically hold yours for longer, right, Salma? Because you're naturally entering on a higher time frame.
Yeah, sometimes I'll get the move I want to see right away, and other times, it does take a while, so just differs. Thanks,
Do you
yo
find
mama.
like you get the move you want right away, like typically when you open your trade near like New York Open?
Wait,
Or
what?
do you find that those times where sometimes like it delivers quicker, like right away? It's like, is that during Asia hours now, or is that during like New York Open still?
Um,
Or does it like varies?
it definitely varies. It just depends on, yeah, no, it varies.
Okay, it still varies. Cool.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks, chat.
People have said that Asia New York Open, yeah, bless you, Salma.
Thank you.
People have been saying Asia session and New York Open have been switched places. Asia's a lot cleaner now.
You're just getting moves during Asia where New York just chops around.
And what time do you start trading Asia? Are you there at 6 p.m. open, or do you get in around like 8 p.m.?
I would say 8-ish.
8, okay.
8 to
I'm
10
looking
p.m.
into it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, last night, honestly, I was in Schwartz on ES and the Russell, and I was falling asleep. Like, it was bad. I was like drifting. Guys, I just started taking magnesium at night.
Oh, you
Let me tell
sleepy?
you.
Yeah, glycinate.
If you are struggling to sleep at night, get yourself some magnesium. And I don't even know why I said it like that, but get yourself some magnesium and you're going to sleep so much better. But yeah, I took that last night and then I started like dozing off, Tanya. I'm like, holy shit, must stay awake for
Were you
this
in
trade.
the trade while you were
Yes.
That's funny.
And I ended up closing out very early just so I could go to sleep.
That's good. I'm glad you're getting your sleep now.
Yeah, Nikon. I don't know why I said it like that.
She's never sleeping.
Oh, it's been really good for my sleep. So
Yeah.
10 out of 10 I recommend. It's been like a week of me taking it. Pretty good stuff.
Most people are, if you're eating whole whole foods, not processed foods, if you're eating that, you're probably deficient in magnesium. It's kind of
Oh,
funny because the processed foods and fast food, they have a lot of salt in it. So magnesium is a kind of salt. So yeah, if you're eating whole foods, actually you're probably magnesium just deficient. I like to drink electrolytes every morning. Has magnesium, potassium, and sodium. What a dump the first 15 minutes, chat.
we just got
Stu's been
news.
waiting or he's been waiting for this since last week. Nice. If you caught that, congrats. Yeah, big dump. I wanted to just feel this out, but we're getting a lot of movement here. It's pretty nice to see. See if we get that gap fill to 28,911.
We just swept previous week low
What a
on
dump.
ES.
Here,
Yeah, so
Craig
there was
Shapiro
news.
says, Trump says on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel will be increased to 50% on Canada. Ruh-roh. Oh, user US3 said he took one nano scratch short. Cool. Yeah, today nanos been released. Has anyone else tried them out yet? Nano futures. Yeah, it's SJC Bork says, word of caution, don't overdo it on electrolytes. Your colleague wrecked her health doing that. How much did she drink? I drink just one a day.
One a day, they say, is a lot. Like, look at how much sodium is in it, and you can potentially be sodium poisoning your body.
Uh-oh. No, I think I'm okay. Because otherwise, it helps me. Because I definitely get dizzy if I stand up too quickly. And when I drink electrolytes, it does not happen to me. She did multiple per day. All right, cool. The nanos chart is awful, says Luciano Duimovic. Yeah, I want to take a look at that in a second. That makes sense because they need to build that market up. It takes time.
Macros Vin, I don't have rotations for gold or oil, but he did tell me that he thinks the rotation for the Russell is 15 points. But it's not definitive, so I have been just holding off from including it.
ES took that previous weekly low.
Yep. We do have a gap to fill to the downside on ES too. Just mark that out. Thanks to Tanya pointing it out.
Yeah, I'm glad when we have those because then it actually gives me something to target.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, cool. I have that marked out too, yeah. Yeah, there's not many participants in the nano market yet. That makes sense. Gotta wait for them to build it up.
NCH, best advice I can give you if you've been struggling is to just size down. You need to build up your confidence in whatever strategy you say you've been backtesting. And in order to build that confidence, in my opinion, you need to be sized down so that you can actually take a trade without being scared or whatever other emotions you might feel.
Yeah, this nano market is definitely looking very thinly traded. I wouldn't be touching this yet. You can take a look if you put an NNQ. Nah, I'm good. I'll stick to my micros.
You just gotta give it time.
Yeah, you got to give it time to build. It's the first day. Not everyone knows about it. Also, just, yeah, typically the markets are not built in a day. Put on the RTH hours here. Okay. Yeah, we do have a gap down from today. Yeah, we started pretty strong here. I really like that NASDAQ We're below midnight open, 9:30 and 8:30 open. That's a good sign to me for bearish trend.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, ES pushing back up quite a bit since hitting that previous weekly low.
Well, YM is flying right now.
Really? YM just does whatever YM wants to do.
Yeah. Literally.
Fly high to the sky. Okay. Yeah. Would you say, Salma, that you're trading ES more these days or gold?
ES.
Okay.
Gold I'll touch like during Asia, but for gold it moves so crazy that just 1 micro is enough. 2 micros is really, really, really pushing it, in my opinion, on a 50K account with 2K drawdown.
Yeah, I know that whenever we'd have like the arena cups and like
Yeah.
I don't really trade gold, but then I'd go like 2 or the maximum I think was 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Not that's how I would lose my gains pretty quickly. You know, it'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, damn.
Yep. It does move scary, so that is definitely a market you have to be sized down on. And that's my opinion. Don't need people in the chat being like, no, that's how you make your most money.
Everyone's at a different stage in life for sure.
Yeah.
Different risk appetites. Just do whatever you feel is comfortable, chat.
Bro, Riley, what are you saying, bro? Are you gonna make a video breaking down the trade you made 5 million on trading NVIDIA options? Wrong, Salma. But
I think there's a difference. Yeah, isn't there options a different Salma? Is there?
not that I know of.
Oh no, I'm thinking about a different woman. I think her name starts with M or something. Never mind.
No. I think they're just trolling. Maybe they're from the future coming to tell me I'm making 5 million on a trade pretty soon on NVIDIA. I wanted to see us get a little bit higher on ES for me to get into a short. Yeah, foreshadowing, cats. Who knows? Yeah, if I made 5 million,
she will make 5 million on NVIDIA options.
if I made 5 million on one trade, I'm not sure if you guys would see me here.
You'd have to post a video breakdown.
I'd have to go. I'd start acting like Deli. I'd start coming in only on Mondays and taking the rest of the week off. You guys wouldn't really hear
have
from
a pina
me.
colada in the Caribbean. Go on vacation immediately for sure.
I'd become so mysterious. No one would know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one would know about it, Dave. None. No video to break down because no one's gonna know. The only sign.
Yeah, the frustrating thing is like even if you want to help people out, then people are gonna be like, it's fake. I don't know, but I'm sure it would.
You can't win.
Some people. That's a minority though, the people that are hating, honestly. Most people are very nice and positive. We always see positivity in the chat. Chat, who took shorts today? Who's still in shorts? I'm like, damn, NASDAQ really barely retraced. Good on you if you took shorts.
Yeah, wow, I wanted to see a little bit higher on ES.
Yeah, you never know though. Could retrace.
Yeah, NQ Russell, very weak.
Mm-hmm. In about 6 minutes, we'll have this 4-hour closure, and it's quite bearish there. I'll have the gap fill. I'll mark out another 4-hour low.
Yeah, semi's getting smoked here. NVIDIA down $6.
What percent is that?
I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna use the measuring tool like you
2.5%.
taught me. Aw.
Sorry. Gotta be quicker, Salma.
No, it's negative 3%.
Oh, really?
Negative 3.14% if you just go from the high of the open to this
Oh,
current
the
low.
high. You're going from the high to the open. Okay, I'm going from
Yeah.
like the close from Friday.
Nah, negative 3% so far.
Okay, yes, giving more retracement here. I want to see how this 4-hour close is here. Oh, wow. Yes. So totally looking different there.
Thank you.
The NASDAQ, if you want to look at this, it's wicking that 4-hour. Interesting. So today, yeah, we have at 2 p.m. Treasury Secretary Besant speaks. That's all.
So
the
is
news
it Besant or
Besant?
Besant?
Oh, Besant. Oh, I don't know. I think someone could tell me. That's close. That's close enough, you know. Tomato, tomato. It's different than Tanya and Tanja. That's totally different. It's Tanya. Chat.
Can't believe people don't know that the J is silent.
I think most people know if they have audio on while they're watching. Some people watch on mute, apparently.
No, I just mean like, isn't it usually like in Europe, isn't the J usually silent in names?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
like Julia,
Croatia.
Julia would be like Yulia,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, in a lot of different languages.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, Polish, Croatian. Yeah, yeah.
Yaya.
Yaya actually means egg in Croatian.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I made the perfect yaya today. So good. Anyway, real quick, shameless plug. We're doing the giveaway every Monday. You guys gotta get us to 500 likes on the stream and we will pick our winner.
Mm-hmm.
We are at 300 right now. And we got 1,400 people watching.
Awesome.
Let's go. Let's go, Michelle.
Yaya means grandma in Greek. George T. Trader. That's cool. My hairstylist is Greek.
Is she a widow dressed in all black?
No, I don't know why that. Salma wears black often. I don't know why.
Because I love
are commenting on it now.
I love black. Efren, I'm not the one who picks the winner. I'm sorry. You gotta take it up with production.
Yeah, so you have to be subscribed to the newsletter, which provides value every single morning to your inbox. And then there's another link that production just put to enter the giveaway so that you put your YouTube username in the mix.
I low-key want to short this, but we're kind of coming up at 10 a.m. And if I've waited this long, might as well wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, like the way I think about it is that, most times there's a wick in the candle. So might as well wait till the start the candle.
Yep.
Who took shorts today, chat?
If you traded that open, you are bold.
Brave, yeah.
Bold, yeah, brave.
Coming in,
all those things.
Ready to fight on Monday morning. It's great.
Yeah. Reverted, what do you think? Everyone's always so interested to know what I am.
I know, right? They're obsessed.
Why you so obsessed with
Obsessed with
me?
me, boy, I wanna know. I went to a trivia and it was the best music round. It was, you had to guess the song. It wasn't guess the song, it was guess the artist of the song and who the artist of the song was dissing. It was like feuds. So it was, yeah, Mariah Carey and Eminem. It was, Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears. So good.
I would probably do horrible at that.
I feel like you
I'm
know a
so
lot of
good.
music.
Yeah, I know a lot of music, but it's so tough for me to recall like the name of the song and the artist.
Yeah, the
Unless
artist
it's
might
obviously
be.
a very like prominent artist. Like I know Drake, like I'm gonna say Drake. I could say Justin Bieber, but I'm just saying, like
Drake's overrated.
I just gave an example of whatever, the most
He
popular.
has an obvious voice. Yeah, Chance the Rapper,
Yeah.
Justin Bieber,
What
Britney
the hell
Spears.
does that mean? Of course she knows Drake, SMH. Or
LOL.
you don't know me, buddy.
Yo, Drake was at the Portugal versus Croatia game in Toronto when I went, and he was so annoying. He was emoting when Ronaldo hit the penalty, and I was like, "All right, bro." He was like, "Oh, all
That's
right,"
kind of
like a
cool.
Fortnite teenager. Took a short, Anthony. That's great. Kevson did too. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, here's the 10 a.m. open.
Yep.
ES is retracing a bit more.
It's a bit too
You
strong.
guys, if we take out the 930 high on ES, then I'm gonna be like, this all right. Now that's less of a trend day. I want ES to stay below midnight open. It would be great to reject here, from 73s to 75s, 76.
Yeah, I have 72 being the 30-second opening range low.
Mhm.
Coincides with the 15-minute 9 EMA as well. And then would you say 78?
No, like 76s. Yeah. 77.
76.
Yeah, this is a good rejection so far. Let's see if we can have some follow through down though. Let's see. How much are we down in the NASDAQ on the day? 1.3%. ES is only down 0.3% at the moment. Wow.
Yeah, major divergence between the two.
Mm-hmm. Looking
Whoa.
quite weak there. Yes, that looks like it
Wow.
could have been something said there. German financial minister said surge in bond yields a result of Trump's war. All right.
Weird movement. Even looks like YM is seeing a little pullback as well.
Yeah, I think I might enter ES shorts here just because it seems cleaner to me.
I like it, but It should have been higher from that 72-ish we were talking about.
Let's see. I'll put an alert after we fill like the RTH gap on NASDAQ, since NASDAQ is the weaker one, and
What's the level on that?
28,911.
9/11.
And then ES, I also have like previous all-time highs. Let me see if I have that correct. Yeah, from okay. Interesting. Okay. No, I like to adjust it, so all right. I'll hold ES until I have a level with the gap fill. So let's see how this goes. 49.50s. Let's see.
I have 32-ish for that gap.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I feel as though we retraced enough, so I just want to take it after that short down there. After that big movement. Okay, let's see here. ES.
H pattern 4-hour. Let me see, Jeff. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's already it's done.
Let's see, we closed there. Oh, 35s you have? Yeah.
I have 32, but yes, pretty
Yeah.
close. Close enough.
Yeah, actually, I have 32. Sorry. I was just assuming that yours was 35.
I actually went, yeah, I didn't do the wick this time.
Okay, cool. RTH gap fill.
It looks like 5-minute wants to H on ES.
Yeah. That's what I'm going for. I haven't been in, I honestly took a aggressive entry, so I haven't been really, well, I retraced like 3 points on me. So far I find that that's pretty decent. It's pretty good. Let's see. Let's say, where's that gap fill? Okay, 32s. Okay, I have to remind myself that I said I'd just go for easy trades today, so let's see. I'd be fine if it just hits new low day. Yeah, NASDAQ barely retraced. It's much weaker. And I think that looks good too.
It's so weird how everything looks different.
So mostly chat, I noticed like I wanted us to stay below that 930 open. We did, we retraced into a 15-minute fair value gap there. So that's why then I was looking at the 1 minute to break structure, and we had some sort of probably headline that did drop us, but we're staying bearish trend. So that's why I felt pretty good to enter. I just took an aggressive entry because honestly, I don't want to, I waited for this retracement. I don't want to now wait for like another one. So, and we'll see how this goes. Yeah. But it did give you a slight, like the perfect entry. Been like above at 7666.25 or something, but we'll take it. It's
All right,
different
guys,
if you
well,
take a market fill. I'll just mark it in if I think that we're having a faster market. I'd rather just be part of the move.
While we wait for Tanya's trade, we did hear back from production guys. At 500 likes, the giveaway is going to be a bundle in honor of us reaching 250K subs. So we'll be giving away t-shirt, water bottle, and sticker pack. All you guys got to
Awesome.
do is thumb up the stream and then sign up via the link that they'll share in chat. Very easy.
Macro Spence said he closed ES shorts at entry, wasn't liking PA. So Tanya, now down it goes. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, enter the giveaway, you guys. I love giving things away.
I don't know if we've ever done a bundle.
Nope.
So it'll be a
First time.
This will be a first. Fisher Trades, we all like giveaways. We all like gifts. If it's free, it's for me. You know how the saying goes. And then there's Wit who says, I don't like free things. All right, buddy, more for us. I got a mixed read here across the board, so just sitting tight. Even the weakness is weak. I'm dead. Riley, I only use the 9 EMA.
Well, you know how it is. As soon as I'm not in a trade, it goes quick. Well, as soon as I enter, it's like gonna consolidate.
Usually how it goes. MMs always know.
That's just the way life goes. Let's go.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Awkward
Bum
silence.
bum bum bum. So we see.
Just watching,
It's a
guys.
10 a.m. open. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, Glenn, for sure. 100%. I'm also looking at, the Russell, NQ, the Dow, ES, and just everything looks different. Everything looks very, very different. What's up, Inferno? Good morning.
Good morning, Inferno.
Good morning. Good morning. You're late.
NASDAQ feels like it's holding on by a thread. Like
Yeah.
it's looking so weak. All right, let's see.
That 46 level is the third rotation to the downside from PAX's 30-second opening range. So NQ has moved 3 rotations down, while ES has only moved 1.
Interesting.
That's like a little less than 200 points move on NQ compared to 15 points on ES. All right, Chad doesn't know about PAX's rotations. So on NQ, he considers one rotation being 65 points. So you go from whatever, the 30-second OR low, the opening range low, or the high, depending on where we are in the chart, and you just mark 65 points lower. You keep going and 65 points higher. And then for ES, it's every 15 points. So just to compare the two, and you've got both charts side by side, NQ has moved 3 rotations down. So it's 65 times 3, 190, whatever, 195 points, whatever that is off the top of my head. I don't know the math off the top of my head. Don't crucify me, chat. And then for ES, it's just 15 points. So obviously NQ moved a lot more.
My oh my Miss American Pie.
Drove my Chevy to the
The
levee,
but the levee was dry.
and good old boys were
Smoking
drinking
He's drinking
whiskey and rye,
right?
singing "This'll be the day that I die."
This will be the day that I die. Have I watched Obsession yet? I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna lie.
I think it's supposed to be like a scary movie or something.
Is that a movie that just came out? No, I'm not watching.
Yeah.
I ain't watching those scary movies. Nope. My heart rate goes up high enough during my streams. I want to watch a rom-com, some action movies, comedy. Comedy is great.
Wait, I can't even delete that. Wait. Oh, okay. Tried dropping the link to the indicator, but it got cut off. All right, I just dropped it again for those who keep asking. Yeah. If you guys want a really suspenseful movie and it's really messed up, and I just watched it for the first time in years and it scared the shit out of me, like freaked me out, The Lovely Bones. I don't know if you've ever watched that, but
No, I haven't watched a scary movie since I watched like The Conjuring or something.
bro,
Yeah, whatever that is.
I watched Lovely Bones as like a 10-year-old, and I remember being wide awake at night, not being able to sleep, having nightmares, whatever. And then I just rewatched it like 2 weeks ago, and it still scared the shit out of me the same way it did when I was 10.
That's funny.
Freaky stuff. Your favorite movie? If that's your favorite, we need to get you checked out, my friend.
I think that movie has a big fan base.
What? Really?
Is it Lovely Bones?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
guys.
I've heard of that before.
This is freaky. Who the hell is this person? What the hell? Oh, God. Chat. Tell me you guys are out of pocket.
That's so weird. This guy's
Bro,
saying let's get an apartment together, and he didn't even spell your name right, though.
weird, out of
Ugh.
pocket, freaky.
My oh my Miss American Pie. Have I watched Booksmart? It's funny. No. No. Anchorman, that's a good movie. What did I watch recently?
I just watched Wolf of Wall Street over the weekend.
That's a good one.
Yeah. It's always a goodie.
Cat in the
Bro,
Hat, best movie of all time, is crazy.
yeah, an apartment, not even a house. What kind of
Yeah.
is that, bro?
Are men supposed to be building houses?
And
Like, The
Billy,
Notebook is a great movie.
Billy, stop putting that widow thing on. Like, no, don't wish that for me.
La La Land's a great movie. Of course, I'm stuck in the consolidation. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's okay. Let's see.
It is what it
It would be
is.
nice to, if it takes like 66.50 that it wicks it. If it remains strong above that, I might get cooked, chat. I might get cooked. How do girls watch Wolf of Wall Street? With our
It's
eyes, bro.
the same way you watch
The
it.
hell?
Like, what kind of question is that?
Well, I feel like another headline's gonna come out and stop me out. It's gonna be
I
blatant, so we'll see.
have a feeling that today's going to be full of traps.
My oh my. Girls have eyes? Yeah, bruh. Last of Us. I always thought that that was a TV show. Might get cooked, cat chat. We're above that. We'll swing high. Nasdaq might want to retrace more than I don't know. But I'm still in. Let's see. See how this goes.
Russell 30-minute hammer. Semis are so volatile today. Yep. What are memory names doing?
Nasdaq's back at its 10 a.m. open. ES right at its 10 a.m. open now. Moment of truth here soon.
Sellers are still trying.
I think so, yeah. All right. Let's see.
Chat, we're 60 likes away from 500. You can do it.
Tanya, where do you go to holidays? Croatia? Yeah, definitely. I've been there probably like 7 times, 8 times. Well, well, now we're back at my entry, so that's good. We rejected that 10 a.m. open for, well, let's see. Shorts might still be good. I'm gonna put my stop back at that last swing high now because I don't want us to go up anymore. I think that should be the rejection. That would be a swing high, 10 a.m. open, and these bearish FEGs then would get violated if it came back up.
Yeah, good 15-minute 9 EMA rejection.
That's good.
Reject.
5 minutes left in this 15-minute, 4 minutes left. Hopefully I see more weakness coming in here soon. Tanya, have I seen the C, Oregon, and Zadar? Of course. Tanya, what's your average risk to reward? I like to keep it around 2R, but like I said, this week I'm gonna just go for 1Rs and keep it simple, go for base hits, and base hits add up to home runs. I don't want to overcomplicate things. S, yep. Yep. Tanya, NASDAQ tell you back home now. I don't know what that means.
Wait, are you going to be trading on vacation?
No, I'm not planning to.
Wow, it's a 2-week break. I don't think I've ever gone 2 weeks since consistently doing this.
How long? Doing what?
Like trading futures? I don't think I've
futures?
gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You started pretty recently with futures, right? Like in the last
Well, I've
year and a
always
half.
like I've tried and traded like Apex on their 90% off sales 2-3 years ago when it was like $18 an account. I used to buy those, trade it, not really know exactly what I'm doing, you know, go through a bunch of accounts. But yeah, I didn't start like consistently trading futures until last year, April. That was when I was like, okay, no more 0DTE options for me. And I'm just gonna hone in on this.
Pretty similar. Yeah, pretty similar to how I started trading futures. Yeah, because I was trading options before as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, futures definitely more stress-free than options. So someone in the chat saying, Tanya, get out of the short now. Why? I just I'll back down where I want it to be. Yeah, it actually makes me want to add to my short. But that's where streaming is hard because, yeah, you can't let the chat affect you, even if it makes you feel even more confident. You don't want to get overconfident.
Did I get cooked on Liberation Day? No, it was just like every time there was the headlines of tariff this, tariff that. Good luck doing that with options and especially 0DTEs. I just hated the back and forth whiplash. And I just decided, you know what? You know, I've been trading futures on the side the whole time. Like, why don't I just focus on this? And here we are. Dermis, if I see a trade, I'll take it. I mean, we've just been chopping around since 9:50. And I still do have different reads across the board. Just nothing yet for me.
It's only Monday.
Yeah. Mizzy, when you're trading live in front of people, you got people asking you to share an apartment with them. You get asked weird shit. Not even a house, an apartment.
Ruh-roh.
Is that from Scooby-Doo?
Mm-hmm.
Colors.
One said, "You see, Tanya," after I was in drawdown for a minute. Bro, the fact that I'm still fine, like I took a really aggressive entry. I think like even if I take a loss, like it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna just, like I said, change the trade. It's exactly comes down to what I said earlier. It's like you can't just chicken out.
Guys, just let her trade however way she wants to trade.
You want me to get out of the trade? You want someone to get into a trade?
Like, just
What
let
many likes are
her
we up
do
to
her
right now?
thing.
By the way, how many likes are we at?
We should be close to 500. Let me see.
Okay.
486 chat. You guys are sleeping, bro. Almost 1,500 of you watching. Not even 500 likes. Not even 1/3 the like to viewership.
That's a good amount. We're almost there.
No. Well, 1/3 is measly. We should be closer to 2/3. Sorry, you took your magnesium. All right, Damien, you're good. You're good. That's a valid excuse.
He took his magnesium? What does that mean? Oh, that's why you didn't like it yet?
Yeah, because I said chat is sleeping. I'm not liking the stream every day. Forget that. Franks, I'm not really loving your attitude, my friend. We gotta change that around.
All right. You're welcome. Stopped out now. Baby whale, we're just responding to chat. What do you want me to say?
Oh, we know
I'm not
half
taking
of the
anything
people wouldn't
personal.
say this in real life. We know they wouldn't say that in real life.
Womp womp. All right.
It's easy to hide behind a fake name and profile pic. But we do have our giveaway winner. If your name is Aaron Freeman 3770, you are our winner.
Where are you?
Oh,
Where is Aaron right now?
Wait, is that a reference? That's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah. Aaron. Hey, Aaron, where you at? Adermis says, I'm asking if Tanya
I'll miss you
goes.
too, Dennis.
If Tanya goes for 2 weeks on vacation, will Salma trade during that 2 weeks of time? What does Tanya have to do with my trading? I hope she enjoys her vacation. I'm going to miss her on Mondays. But yes, hopefully I will still be trading if there is a setup.
All right. We took a loss. We got to do some push-ups, chat. All right. Oh.
Wait, she's seriously doing this?
No.
I got to pin her.
Okay, let me set myself up.
Bro, baby whale in Zoom. Chill. Just looking at her camera.
All right.
How many was that?
I don't know. Someone count it later. Maybe 8. I'm trying. Is that a punishment for myself? No. It's a way to cool down. 1 like equals 1 more push-up for Tanya is crazy. Should be divided by 2. Someone just logged in and saw that? That's great. I'm glad. Woke you guys up. Anyone join me on the push-ups? Come on, do some 10 push-ups and let me know. Yeah, I don't think I can do 500 push-ups.
Gene, I don't know. I was just as surprised as you. I got no idea. It's now first for me.
I came into the stream pumped up and I said we want to do an 80s workout, you know, almost did it pre-market. You're gonna report for IC thoughts. It's the FBI. That's quick. That's good.
We gotta get you doing diamond push-ups.
You gotta start somewhere. Yeah. Right now I'm doing I'm not doing that right now, but but maybe I'll work up to it.
Yeah. I really like Russell Long's off this 30-minute hammer candle, the previous 30-minute, but I'm not sure where I would even target. I feel like the target would be super close to like 30.16-ish, 5 points up. I don't know if that's even worth taking. I'm not doing push-ups, ma'am, Mehmed. I'm not doing push-ups. But I can do them.
Salma's gotta come over sometime to New York and teach me her ways because she definitely does better than me.
I could do the diamonds too.
That's the
But
hardest way.
for diamonds, you need like really strong triceps.
Yeah. I don't have that.
Tries.
No.
Bro, your arms are ripped. What are you talking about?
They're
Yeah,
pretty good. They're toned.
you got a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a little indent. Ryan, don't be stirring the pot, yo. Have I gone to the diamond gym? No. I do know the kid who, you know, the main kid. I've got mutuals with him. He's not a kid. He's a grown man. You guys know what I mean.
What's a who?
Do you know that the diamond gym, like the TikTokers, Hattie and Unk?
No.
All right, but they're just some guys from Jersey who
Oh.
just have a
Within
gym
your
and
gym?
no, it's like an old school gym, and then they have all these like celebrities go to the gym now and train with them and stuff. It's crazy. Like he was just it's just some guy who was posting like gym content. It caught steam on social media. And yeah, kind of snowballed from there. And now he's like super famous, just as famous as all the people that go to work out with him. Like Jake Paul and them were there. Jake and Logan Paul. And yeah, just a bunch of people. Savannah goes, "Oh my God, that gym is scary."
That is funny. That gym is scary. Yeah, that's true.
Bro, Gene, if you think I'm benching 85 pounds, dude, that's disrespectful, dude. To disrespect.
The bar is 45, right?
Yeah. Bro, the disrespect, man. Is this rage bait?
That's
This
how much
feels a
I'm
lot.
like benching.
This feels a lot. No, because I've talked about this on stream. I don't know who I was with. I talked about how much I bench on stream. He knows it's not 85. Oh yeah,
Even
I was
up
on with
food makes
Stowe.
life.
No, guys, 285, 225. Who do you think I am? Macho man? Yeah, bro, the bar would never come back up. I just die. Just accept defeat. Then no more Salmo. My PR on the bench is 175 for one. And I've got video proof, so nobody can call cap. And no, I'm not sharing it on here. You guys just got to take my word for it.
I saw it.
Tanya saw it. Joe, you guys, the rage fade, bro. I'm not feeding into this anymore. Ignoring the chat.
Tanya, your city in Morocco. I think that you pronounce it Tangier, right? Salma can bench Tanya. That's true.
Well, 175 is more than my body weight, I'll tell you that much. Bro, Jesus, it's not AI.
So 175 is definitely more than most people in the chat.
Yeah, that's not to toot my own horn, but that's not even average for women. 175 to the chest, yes, Mihar. No fake half reps, none of that.
We're back in the 15-minute fair value gap for ES. NASDAQ, yeah, it has retraced 50% of this leg.
Oh, NQ is strong
But
all of a
I
sudden.
don't see a reversal yet. No.
NVIDIA bottomed here on the 15-minute. We are up almost $2 from the low on NVIDIA. And all the other Mag 7 names are pretty strong, to be honest with you. Google strong, Apple strong, Amazon, Microsoft. They're all pretty much at highs. It was just the semis holding us down.
Yeah. Micron down 6%, video down two and change. Yeah, a lot of SanDisk down 10%, but memory stocks typically go on like cycles, so they did just have a huge run up.
Yeah. Chris Fisher, the range game can be a dangerous game if you're kind of diddling in the middle, but if you're like yesterday's range on Asia was pretty clean. It was really, really clean. It just depends. I've found that recently it's my entries and my setups come after 11:30ish. After Euro close. 459, let me see the Rusty.
I've been having more trades too around that time.
Yeah, 459. The
Feels
30-minute
delayed.
looks 30-minute still looks good for higher. The only thing is we're rejecting the 9 EMA on the 15. That 3011 is our wall right now. It's where we rejected off of previously at 945 as well. Map LS. Have a great day. Did I hit the pool yesterday? Weather was perfect. Wit, the summer is coming to an end and I have not been in my pool not one time. Kind of a shame.
Why? You didn't set it up, or?
No, it's open.
It was raining so much, yeah.
The weather
It rained again this weekend, right?
I think it's raining today. Look outside your window because I have my shades are down. I thought it was gloomy this morning.
No, it looks fine.
Mm, 15-minute 9 EMA. Oh, I have a headache, chat.
Oh. You gotta have some electrolytes.
Uh-oh. It's funny you say this. So I bought electrolytes from this brand that I have all my vitamins from. When I tell you, it tasted like dish soap. It was so nasty.
Mm. Gotta get Element. That's the one I use and Stowe uses. Salty.
Element. Let me see. Bro, it was so horrible. Let me see. LM. Okay. Yeah.
Also, I tried the nose strip that I actually bought the nose strip, and I believe that you that you also said that you were shitting on, and
Yeah.
it worked good for me. I've been
Really?
doing it. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe because like I do skincare at night and like, I'm moisturizing my nose and stuff and it needs to be like clean. Like your nose
Yeah.
has to be dry,
Yeah.
nothing on it.
Yeah, I
For
know. That's where I kind of have a dilemma too, because I'm like, like I want to put
Yeah.
moisturizer on my nose, but I'd rather breathe better. So
Yeah, I mean, I hears you. Maybe I'll give it another shot. Maybe I just shut it down too quick. So for Element, it's just packets, doesn't come in like
yeah,
okay.
yeah. They also have sparkling cans, but those are special occasion. Like,
I'll check it out. I'll have to grab some because what I was using is not good, chat.
milk rehydrates twice as fast as electrolytes. Yeah, but I'm not drinking a glass of milk. I have a milk stash on the
That's
stream.
so random. That's so random.
Milk stash on the stream. Yo, imagine they show up and they just start drinking milk on the stream.
Oh my God, that's funny. I'll do it if you do it.
Okay. You
Done.
won't do push-ups with me, but you do the milk? Okay.
Yep.
Plain or chocolate milk?
Plain.
Okay.
Chocolate. What are we, 5?
Whole milk. We gotta do whole milk.
Yeah, whole milk.
Okay. Not skim. Almond mango chili is fire, bro. How do you drink? I hated that flavor, dude. How do you drink something spicy? I can't. Spicy food is one thing, but the spicy drink, I could never drink I could never drink a spicy margarita. Yeah, it feels like we're ping-ponging on ES right now, so and this is what I've drawn out. I'm just like, okay. What are we gonna do? It doesn't feel like much. NASDAQ, kind of same vibe. Can still reach up, I guess, higher.
Bro, Mihar, so he goes, why are you hating on the chalky milk, Salma? Bro, if you're pushing 30, you're drinking chocolate milk? Come on.
Lots of people drink chocolate milk.
Come on.
John Daly, Bryson DeChambeau.
I'm sure we'll ask the fellas, Stowe and Jack, if they drink chocolate milk. Now you're a power lifter. Ooh. I know, guys, I'm just raging. I'm rage baiting the chat.
Strawberry milk? Nah, bro. I actually don't even think I've maybe had that one time. In school, yeah, in school when you could get a little thing of milk, everyone went for the chocolate milk.
Oh yeah. The chocolate milk, can you open it up from the side?
Carded. Yeah, it was always always very difficult to open. I would always have to use my nail and like stab it.
Bro, top man, did you just miss the entire conversation we just had about benching?
I think he's mad about the chocolate milk comment.
Yeah, I hit a nerve. I hit a nerve. It's a joke, guys. Chill.
Just tell him to chill.
How do I get puts on Salma? You can't. You can only be bullish. Bullish bias only. Wait, I didn't tell him to choke. Said chill.
That's wild. People are putting words in your mouth that you didn't
Chill.
say. Milk rage, I agree.
Are you using NinjaTrader or TradingView? We're on TradingView.
When you see my execution, it's on NinjaTrader though.
Top man, you got me, dude. You got me.
What's the farming aura trend?
I have no idea what that means.
It's not like same thing as LARPing or whatever.
I don't know, but I feel like
Just
I'm about
trying to look cool. Like I'm
about to lose brain cells listening to this conversation.
I don't know what the heck that is. I think it's dumb too. Planking is like 2011, 2012. We're using both Jada theory. Salma, I personally can't drink it. My stomach growls / rumbles.
Thank you for that information, top man.
It was a great visual.
What would I have done with my day not knowing that kind of information? All right, looks like ES wants to reject 30-second OR low here.
Tanya, what would tempt you into a re-entry? We're going pretty slow right now.
Is anyone trading this? Honestly, I mean,
what did you say, Salma, about the 30-second OR?
The 30-second opening range low on ES is 72.75, and ES is currently rejecting that right now. Sorry, guys. I just realized I had my watch list open, and my screen was smushed. My bad. But yeah, we're currently rejecting that. If we lose 68, I think shorts are looking good again.
Abdus Samad, what would tempt me into a re-entry? Hopefully if we see a small time frame SMT, that'll be interesting. NASDAQ has some equal highs here right now, and we're staying stronger than ES is. So let's see if NASDAQ takes it out. Well, ES doesn't. The way that market opened was pretty fast. I had higher hopes for the rest of the session. But I guess after ES hit previous weekly low, it stalls. So Jack and Stowe might have a more interesting session.
Yeah, I think so too. Salma, what indicators you use for the different levels on the chart? So these are two indicators that I made. I've got the 30-second opening range that's inspired by PAX, and then in white, that's my key levels indicator. You guys can get this, you guys can find all this information. Well, actually, I don't know where you would find it. Hold on. You can find it on my Twitter, but yeah.
Is it on your microsite maybe?
One of them is on the microsite, not the other. So you can find one there. I do have the key levels for Ninja too. So even if you don't use TradingView, you can get the key levels indicator on Ninja as well. And that is the one that you can definitely find on my microsite. Yep, Twitchy, yeah. For a NinjaTrader, you can, again, go on my microsite, get the key levels indicator, and then you can go on Pax's microsite and you can get his 30-second indicator, both on Ninja. See, so far, 9 EMA on the 5, holding up pretty nicely. We lose 68, and I like shorts again. Do you guys personally have anything invested in stocks, ETFs, etc.? Yes, Stampy. Long-term port for sure.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I think stocks are going to get hammered by the AI bubble and oil prices. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been, though. Wow, yeah, YM took back Thursday's almost everything of Thursday's move lower.
Why I'm still holding on, flagging at the highs here.
Yeah, for more downside tomorrow and the rest of the week, I would like ES to close below previous weekly low. That'd be great. So right now we're definitely just barcoding. See what happens if maybe NASDAQ takes these equal highs. We'll see if ES does take that 1041 high, then if both of them take that high, then I'm just going to chill. Because I don't want to enter the same exact trade as last time.
Yo, yo.
Yo.
Good morning, ladies.
Morning,
Hi.
friends. What's up?
I don't normally eat on air, but you guys are talking about chugging milk, so
Bro, not the eggs.
with the eggs, so you just got to put a little eggs in.
No.
Jack, you know you can cook those, right?
Yeah, and then you just
is disgusting.
That was a crazy entry into the stream.
Bro,
and,
what the
then you got all your protein down for breakfast, and you don't have to clean up.
Brother,
I have no words.
It doesn't really taste like much, to be honest, but
I just got sick.
it's how we start Monday morning.
That was a power move right there, yeah.
Yo, Jack is feeling like a man right now.
Oh my god.
He got the stash going. Oh my god.
Rocky
Jack.
gotta chill out.
Oh,
That's
also
funny.
chat, he's in a trade and he's green on that trade. He's feeling like a man right now.
Good morning. Good morning.
Was it
yeah.
Was it in milk? What was it in?
Milk, yeah.
You put an egg in
That's-
milk? It's just
that's
drink.
disgusting.
Three eggs, a little bit of milk, short glass, keep it easy.
For the love
It's like
of
swallowing
God.
a pill. Little more liquidy.
All right.
Ugh. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I hate to ever yuck anyone's yum.
That's nobody's
But-
yum. That's not even
Bro,
Jack's
that
yum.
is
Well, see, I don't think it's
gross.
bad.
Wait, how often do you do
None of
that,
you have
bro?
tried it. None of you have
Does this
tried
every day.
it. Yeah, I
Does
mean,
this
like
every
almost.
day?
Sometimes I'm hungry in the morning, but I don't really like
Oh,
the taste
man.
of eggs. I think that tastes better than eggs.
All right.
And here I thought I was so cool with my easy boiled eggs.
Yeah,
Were you
that
do-
takes too long.
were
I mean,
you-
you got to sit there. You
yeah.
got to peel the egg. I just
Oh,
crack and
that's
snap.
that's my biggest pet peeve is sitting there and cracking. I have no time to crack.
Bullish on Jack.
I don't have puts on Salma though. I'm bullish on Salma as well. So
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that. That'd be a horrible investment to get some puts on Salma.
Exactly.
Be smart, chat. Don't do that.
All right. Well, I'll definitely be watching your stream to see how the
Yeah, don't
egg
mind me if I
smoothie
start
goes
doing
for your
push-ups now.
performance. Might convince me. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to start doing push-ups too.
I do
Anyway,
the
I
high-
think
Beat
I'm going
9
short here.
push-ups.
Okay. All right. We'll see you guys around.
All
Ciao.
right.
All right,
I
thanks,
just got in
buddies.
shorts. Bye. Ciao.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
What's up, Jack?
Ah,
I don't know if I can. Yeah.
dude, I'm telling you, it's not that bad.
I like to try. I like to try things. I like to try things. So maybe I'll try it. I don't like to drink milk though.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
I mean,
I
The
just
milk's just a thick coating, you know. I mean, you can
That's
probably.
fair.
I've done just the eggs, but I think the milk makes it easier. It's like swallowing pills without water versus swallowing pills with water.
How many grams you getting though? What's one egg? 7?
I think it's more than that.
Okay.
Those are farm eggs too, so extra chance of salmonella, but that's okay. I've had
Sorry.
worse. Let's see. I don't know. Somebody probably knows in the chat. I'm not even bother googling it. It's up there though.
I've been getting a little loosey goosey with my chicken temps these days, so I think we're both at risk for the salmonella. One of us is going to show up on one of these streams.
I mean, what's the
We're going
difference
to be
between
green,
that sunny side up, right? Like,
slim, very slim. I would agree.
but especially if you honestly store buy them because they're like totally sterilized, they're like rinsed, and you probably wash them with soap. To be honest,
They do wash the hell out of eggs. Yes.
I'm convinced salmonella's on the outside, not the inside of the egg, but I really don't know. I haven't got it yet. Quite
My dad
the-
got it when I was a kid, and
Oh, really?
it almost killed him. So I do have a healthy fear of it.
Oh gosh.
From IHOP, actually. I remember it very specifically.
Wow.
But that was in the 90s. They didn't do anything back then.
Yeah, they didn't do anything back then for sure. I also used to play with turtles as a kid, so I've been telling, people have been telling me I'm gonna get salmonella my whole life.
What
Whether
the hell
it's
does
in
that
a
have to
turtle
do
or-
with turtles? You get
Dude,
salmonella from
baby
turtles?
apparently are like the biggest. I used to like capture them in the wild and keep them as pets. I don't know if you
Yeah.
participated in these wild boy stunts, like frogs and anything I could catch outside became my friend.
Oh, for
Uh,
sure. Absolutely.
I don't know if kids still do that, but
I hope so. I had a
Yeah, I
pet
hope so,
turtle, but
too.
we bought him though. I never found a turtle in the woods, but frogs, I mean, constantly.
yeah. Well, I had a pond in my backyard, so if I saw one, I was just diving in after them.
Hell yeah.
Pretty disgusting, but
Turtles are cool.
yeah, they're like also illegal or highly illegal to keep, I guess. But
Oh.
the baby ones. But I actually had when I was a kid, this guy who came to fix like my parents' air conditioning stole my turtle as a child, literally stole it and pretended
What?
like it escaped. Yep. He told me this whole story about like I had a baby snapping turtle, and this guy tells me this whole story about how he used to have one and he used to get him at the reptile show and now you can't and he misses it. And then I ride my bike over to my friend's house, come back, and the cage is tipped over and the turtle's gone. And it took me a minute, but then I'm like, that dude for sure stole my turtle. Like that cage, like the turtle was probably like 4 ounces and the cage was 10 pounds. Like cage didn't tip over and the turtle escaped. But
Yeah.
Aaron.
death penalty, yes.
That's a
I
wild
can't.
story.
This dude's a full-grown man too, just stealing a child's turtle. Whatever, went and caught another one.
There's that
like-
new there's that show on HBO about that, not stealing turtles specifically, but about people that are into giant, dangerous amphibians and animals. It's called Monsters of God. And it's been on my list. I'm letting a buffer of episodes build in case I like it. I want to be able to crush a couple. But you might like that if you're into this. If you're into turtles and frogs and stuff, you might be into that.
So it's like real life, like the Gila monster or something like that.
Yeah. It's about the people. It's about the whole universe of people who deal in exotic, crazy animals like that.
Yeah. Maybe I'll find that guy in that episode. Looking for. Yeah. Turtles are.
Is this the easiest short of all time? I don't know. I didn't take it. I told myself I wasn't taking any shorts today, and there's no longs to take either. So I'm giving myself a pass on this trading day.
Yeah, I'm about to get taken out on my break even here. Wish we got a little more move. I don't know what's going to happen here with Bassett. I feel like he's going to try to juice the markets into the close with his little speech coming up at 2. But
cabbages, I just don't want to. I just got really tired last week, dude. Like I was torched, and so I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to spend the mental capital on a Monday. Plus, I wanted to hang out down here for a while before I'm convinced. All my stuff is saying short trend down, like bearish trend, but I'm just not trying to jump on top of it in front of like a bunch of dumb market stuff. Trump was talking earlier. I don't think anything ever happens, so I don't think we're going to bomb the bond market or whatever the hell is going on.
Oh, they definitely intervene in the bond market though. They actually do that. So.
Oh yeah. I don't think they're going to do it negatively though. I don't think they're going to.
Oh yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. Nothing ever happens, but they do the one thing because it doesn't take any voting power. I guess they just go in and decide that they're gonna buy bonds or whatever, and they're always gonna do what's in the best interest of making the market go up, right? It'll be interesting. Yeah. I mean, our debt's out of control, so they got to figure out something.
They're just pushing the goalposts, baby, for life.
Oh,
that's it.
100%.
Just move those. Move them.
100%. I forgot what the number of the amount of our tax receipts are just going to interest alone right now. I believe it's at like 30% or something absurd. So basically the government has one giant student loan that they can never pay back.
Yeah, cabbages. I just don't want to take any. It's just a personal thing today. You should be in them if you want to be in them. I mean, good location up there at 72. I could see it working, but they're also buying the hell out of that up there. So it's like the tape is not reading to me like there's still a really active seller around. This looks like they finished up what they were up to. And now they're just going to bounce around today.
Yeah, 29,000 is going to be pretty important for us to hold for me in the NQ here today. Gold continues to just be the chugga-chugga-choo-choo long train that consistently pays day after day. So I'm keeping an eye on that for potential long entries. That just has been going up.
Oh, yes, Tracy. They'll raise it. Of course. That's number one on the job application for Congress and Senate is, are you familiar with raising the debt ceiling?
Yeah. Are you willing and capable under no circumstance to? But also, no, the easier one, that one they sometimes pretend that they disagree on.
No, they always pretend that they're never going to raise it.
They're like, it's about this time. Maybe we need a little. I kind of want to put some of this. And they're like, another 5 trillion. Here we go.
Meanwhile, some poor park ranger has to get furloughed for a month while they jawbone. Yeah.
That's great.
Hot
It'll all
takes
be
for
fixed
Monday.
sometime. I'll figure it out. Figure it out. I'm just waiting for it. Meantime, just be a good citizen and love your neighbor. Any levels I'm looking at the ES. So actually, I was just long, but I had a fairly decent tight stop. I'm looking for a rotation back up into the midpoint at some point here today, and that's going to be 76.87. Higher time frame resistance 77.11, which is right around Friday's midday high there. And then let me. I don't know. If we stay down here today, and don't get a pullback up, the next thing I have anticipating us to trade below us, like as far as like a fresh level, is going to be a 76.34 area. If we really can't bounce from this prior day low here, which is right about where we're at right now in the ES, 76.34 is my anticipation.
Let's see, Stampy. Jack and Stowe, can I know how you guys getting through before becoming full-time traders? Like, how's your story be like? I think we've both talked about that. I had a weird job. I worked in music and I wasn't able to do that anymore. So I'd always traded as a hobby and was forced into becoming a full-time trader. I didn't want to. It was not the least stressful thing I've ever experienced, but here we are. Good God, Rusty, you're really on one today. You guys see this crazy cat?
Stampy, for me, like I started trading at such a young age that I was basically able to lower my expenses to zero. Outside of just, I live with my parents, so I was like started trading at like 18 years old. So by being able to look, all of my money just went into either blowing accounts in the market or then getting to the point of just really low. I think it's probably like if I were in the position I am now and like just quit my job, like I have a kid, my expenses are way higher. I think it'd be a lot harder to like cover that personally. So I would say you got to lower your expenses as close to zero or already be making a really good living and really limit the amount of risk you're putting in the market and stick around long enough to get to break even. And then from there, hopefully start trading a little bit of profit. But, when I started learning to trade at like 18, I bought my first stock at 15 and traded my first like futures contract at, I think 20, but I traded options contracts at 18. So like, when you don't have any money to spend, it's a little easier to replace it.
Jack, have I ever asked you what your first childhood job was? I remember asking Joey.
Quiznos.
Did I ask you that day?
The mayonnaise man at Quiznos.
No way. Dude. Quiznos was so good.
Well, like official W2 probably. Like I was like a caddy before then, like at the local, mowed lawns.
Oh man. Quiznos. I would kill for a Quiznos. Go back in time, eat Quiznos again. That doesn't exist anymore, right? Is Quiznos done?
It does, but not the quality. Like anything else, probably some private equity firm bought them and ruined it. Like that's like when you go to the vet, it's $7,000 now instead of like $1,500. But that's a whole other story. But yeah, Quiznos ain't what it used to be.
Damn. That takes me.
They still have them. Yeah, Potbelly's is the closest thing.
Baja Chicken.
Wow,
good
Ryan,
call.
did they? I didn't even know they. Like, I feel like the only place I get it is like the Denver airport when I have a layover, and I'm like, or maybe it's the South Carolina airport. There's like two places. Like, flying out of Chicago, I'll almost always have a straight shot. Occasionally, you'll get a layover, and it's either like Denver if you're flying to like Montana or
Charleston. Yeah,
or Charleston, I think, and I think they got one of those. But yeah. That's just like a great example of literally a sandwich everybody loved, but somehow like the company failed because they over leveraged and I don't know. And then Subway came out with the $5 foot long, and then, you know, at that time, Quiznos sandwiches were like $8 when everything else was super cheap.
No, Quiznos was premium for sure. That's back when Subway was still cutting their sandwiches on the top. I remember that. This is good. This guy, I like this little nostalgia trip. That was nice. Quiznos.
Yeah, I mean, when I see it, I just brings me back. Brings me back. I got fired for swearing in front of a customer. My friend threw mayonnaise at me, and I said, "What the f?" And then the guy like called my boss and was like, "Your employees are swearing." I'm like, "Yeah, what?" I got mayonnaise thrown on me. Like, why is he
mayonnaise at me? I'd be pissed.
There was some old grumpy Karen. He's like, "You have children in here." I'm like, "Dude, like, you act like I'm swearing at your child." Like, standing behind wiping mayonnaise on sandwich for 6 hours a day. I'm a little blue collar. I'm gonna throw a swear word out there. And then I worked at Panera Bread.
Okay. Oh, what? Jim. Hi, buddy.
Who's he promoting, me or Stowe?
Well, that's a good question, Jack. As a matter of fact, this is. We are definitely showing off Jack Leeson's new trader profile page. Let's check it out. There he is.
Oh.
Look at that beauty. Let's get that in the chat, everybody. This was too good to be quiet. I couldn't wait for the Edge Report. I didn't do it now. Look at that. So, folks, everything Jack is on here. How to find him, his stuff, all this good stuff here. I'm not going to go through it tab by tab, but it's super fun. Great job, Jack. I know you worked on this along with some of the folks at Ninja.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, good luck to you guys. I'll see you guys.
Well, I haven't even seen that. This is a surprise for me too.
That's cool.
It is. It's available, baby. I mean, it's flying off the store, off the shelves right now as we speak.
Every time I tune on, somebody's getting promoted with a little trader page.
There you go. That's awesome.
Awesome. Well,
great info. Appreciate you, Jack. Stowe, you too. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Where's my plug? I got stuff.
You don't got one of these yet?
No, I have
working on it.
Oh my God. Hey, you know what? After Pittsburgh's performance in LA this weekend,
Jim, nope. It's too soon. I can't talk about it yet.
Okay,
I'm not gonna be able to talk about the Pirates for at least 2.5 months. So talk to me at Christmas.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes. I was like, we've been on here that long? Yeah, I gotcha. All right. Come on, hold this level in the incubator. If I don't get stopped out on this like slight break even, I'll be pretty happy. I do want to see just a move up to at least like 29,200-ish in the NQ at some point here today. Maybe a little early, but I have a hard time believing we're going to stay down here going into coming out of lunch at least.
Yeah, it's making like a double distribution for sure. I haven't really come down and retested any of these highs at 33 yet. And ES went down and dipped back to 60. It looks like it's catching some sort of bid-ish. I don't know. It's a very balanced day over there in ES town.
Yeah, why I'm chugga chewing a little strong here. We're up on the day in the Dow.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's dragging this down? Is it Russell?
I don't know. I don't have the breakdown, but I'm sure if my boy Perry's listening, he could tell me. Shit, I forgot the shares. Memory. Oh, okay. NVIDIA.
Oh, NVIDIA has earnings. Is that today? I think they might report today.
Really?
Yes. Nick mentioned that last night.
Okay. What else is Bitcoin continuing to move here?
Wednesday. I'm sorry.
Another 3% today. Bitcoin going to hit 80,000 here.
NVIDIA's Wednesday.
Okay. I was going to say, I feel like I should know if that's today. Just looking at some things. I mean, Dow's come really hard. I just looking at the action on Friday. I guess I wasn't paying attention to the Dow, but really nice move out of the low on Friday. Totally different structure. Yeah, this is not. It's looking a little heavy still.
Really big passive bid there, 58.50. Let's see if they can get through them.
What is the Russell up to today? Anybody trading anything besides the index this year? Anybody got a special market they're liking today?
Glenn, I don't think bulls are holding on to anything. I think bulls are toast. Bulls are toast big time below 76.82 and geez, I don't even have a spot on my screen. 271. Horrendous. Yeah, they lost all the stuff. Building lower.
Yeah, I want to see move back to 29,900 and see what we do there. I don't know. We're kind of
29.9?
29,000. I'm sorry, 29,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that to be a little far away right now.
Yeah, I was like, I will be partying. I'll be back in happy mode up there. Frankly, I hate this. Yeah, flat here. They got that. I mean, they've really broken that down into these two quadrants today. Oh, 950 is your line of sand. Okay. That's pretty far away, dude. Let me look at the high time frame. I like hearing from flat here. Let's see what you got. 29,950. I mean, that's far away, bro. We got a whole. We will have retraced all the value. I will have. I mean, taken the whole thing off up there.
29,000, like 380 and 29,500 are kind of my big resistance levels above for this week right now, and I do think we're going to get there tomorrow. By tomorrow, we're going to get at least to 29,380s is kind of my thesis right now, and I don't know, it could get here today. Oh, if I get low ticked on that stop, I'm going to be
skipped an auction there. 61.75. I don't know. I don't really see ES doing anything other than building a balance today. The low is okay for now. Good retest there. Big tail up top.
It's got a long ES. Might stop a little low.
I don't hate that. I don't want to do it.
I mean, that's some SMT right there. That's exactly what Tanya said she was potentially looking for, intraday SMT. Taking out that 10, 15 low in the ES and not getting that low taken out in the NQ. So,
Yeah, that was a weird. I was surprised to have you tell me that the Dow was so strong with ES pulling back like that and NQ not doing anything. So I was like, how? Who's how? Oh, 28950. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Fair enough.
I'm on both now.
Do any of us run any algos? No, I do not run any trading algorithms.
Define algo.
I assume that you were referring to some sort of automated trading strategy.
Yes.
I guess my Fidelity robot that does whatever it does is an algo. Does that count? Does my kid's college fund weirdness count? Who knows what he's up to?
Sadly, yeah, you can hit me up on Twitter. Speaking of, let's take a look at that thing. Haven't shown that here today. We're definitely on the short side of things, though, on the current momentum.
I love this guy. I finally got to see this Rumo dude. Cool. He's got to be a bot. Okay. Now then, there's this dude. The XY's always cracked up about him, and I never got to see it happen in real time. But it's just like it's an oldie timey Fururi brandy post where it's just like exclamation point, I'm now short, and then bear emoji, down candle emoji.
I get it. I get it. No medals from you today. I actually have on this screen you're watching. Gold is to the left of it. You guys just can't see it, but I just don't have an entry. I didn't start trading this. I don't start trading on Mondays till like at least 9 o'clock usually. Like 9 o'clock Chicago, so like 10 o'clock New York. I just don't start trading that first. I don't trade the open on Monday. I prefer not to. Unless there's like, I'll trade the Sunday night open, but I don't trade the New York open Mondays.
You know, I'm gonna watch the market at 2, and I normally wouldn't. And I bet it's gonna do nothing, Jack. I bet it's gonna be zilch.
I don't know, kind of. I think it depends on where we're positioned at the time. I think there could be a move before it. I don't know if there's going to be much a move after it. It just kind of really, I think the current position where we are in the NASDAQ being down 1%, and if we get back above the open here, like really just this swing high, like I think there's a good chance we fill the gap here today. I don't know what the edgeful stats say on that chance, but I would not be surprised to see a gap fill here today.
Which
And
gap?
that's like the best it's talking, you know, whether he's talking or not, I kind of would feel that same way. But like last time he said they changed the bonds, like if he says anything about really promoting like more bond purchases and like kind of starts aggressively posturing like that, I mean, that is what ripped us the biggest move last week.
Whoa!
So,
There's a buyer. Hello.
Here we go. I mean, ES definitely higher chance of a gap fill. We're not even down that much. We're only down 0.25%, but I could see the ES getting back to Friday's high.
Which gap are we talking about here?
I'm talking about where we closed on Friday. What other gap would you be referring to? I mean, yeah.
Oh, I don't. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't use the close when I'm talking about gaps.
What? I feel like that's like the number one gap people refer to.
No.
What gap or what gaps do you talk about?
Just previous day low and previous day high. If we gap outside of where we traded, that's a true gap, and I don't look at the anything else.
The close. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it's necessarily like a largely significant level. Is it more just like, oh, where could price potentially head? I actually have something that lines up with Friday's close in the NASDAQ up at that 29,380 level, but we'll see. I mean, we basically had 15 minutes of selling off the open in the NASDAQ and not a whole lot since. It was the first 3 5-minute bars. And then we went sideways on lows, swung up, made a higher low. And if we get back above that open, or the OR mid, whatever level anybody wants to determine is the factor. But I mean, I see ES back at 30.76. If it's not a continuation down today in the ES at divergence, we barely took out last week's low and nothing below it. So I just think it's back to the top of the range on Friday for the ES.
Yeah, it's totally. I know lots of people that use that. I was just confused. I do hate when they have not talked to the previous day close yet. That is definitely something that drives me totally insane, because that is a ton of information up there that we don't know about yet, and I like to at least see that get discussed at some point during the day. So that would be a good target for me if I was long. I just can't be buying this thing down here.
What made me go long that ES? So we swept that low in the ES and the NASDAQ. I unfortunately put my stop at break even. I just got taken out, which kind of stunk because that was like a great entry still. But anyway, we swept this low in the ES. And I bet if I was looking at order flow, you would have looked at the order flow. I don't look at order flow, but I saw that candle really pick up speed after having SMT, which I mentioned, on air as I was taking it. We had taken that low, barely held the low of the day, and instantly this candle started reversing up. So like, that's just my eyes. And then I figured, as soon as I saw that candle reverse, I said I could put my stop below that low. The first easy target would just be aim for the top of this range, and the extended target is kind of aim for us to squeeze all of these shorts out. Because how I see it is, if these sellers can't get, rewarded, they're eventually going to get stopped out, and we're just going to revert to a higher time frame resistance. And that's just kind of how I understand market mechanics. Like, if one side's not working, the other side's eventually going to work. Can I limit my risk by placing a stop there and just get long and see if I get a good reaction, which so far instantly as I got long, started moving that way. And if we can continue, I'll be able to protect my position.
No, that was a good trade, homie. And you did have order flow to back it up. It switched entirely to bid dominance there at 11:23, and almost all active buying got immediately rewarded out of that low at 59.50, and then again at 63. They just cruised right through it, and then big time again here at 69. That buying is very on sides. So, yeah, that was a very good spot.
Wow. Jim, with the Edgeville stack, gap down on Monday gets filled 90% of the time in the last 6 months. Okay.
Jim,
so
you use fake gaps too.
Use what?
Nothing.
Dude, the gap is definitely referred to from Friday's close. I mean, there could be other gaps, but that's kind of staple, man.
Wrong.
That's staple books. The gap is the previous day's close. If you're going to refer to one gap, it's definitely the previous day's close to today's open. I mean, if you want to make up 50 other gaps, you can definitely make them up.
That's the gap that's made up. I'm not making that gap up. That's made up. It's outside of yesterday. It's outside of Friday's trading. prices. So previous day low, previous day high. If we open in outside of that, that's a gap. Jim's lying. You're lying. I'm right. I'm just kidding. No, I think that's an auction market theory thing, specifically. So, which is just unique to that, the way that they look at profiles. So that's just specific to my dumb thing. It's not related to anything else. Yeah, great long, dude. I should have maybe taken that.
See, I mean, I kind of want to be greedy here. I really think we're gonna rally into whatever Bassett's gonna say, whether it's into it or maybe we sell off after it because he's just posturing. But I don't think on this huge gap. No, it's not a really huge gap. Yes, the overnight RTH price change, or the overnight price change relative to the RTH number, whatever. Yes, definitely. But the Nasdaq could get it too. That'd be 29,370 something or 80. I don't know.
Yeah, if they don't go get it before he talks, I bet it spikes up there, and they at least go ask previous day close what it thinks. It's just like, I don't know. That's some tinfoil hat stuff. But it's like, you got a million people positioned up there. You're really not going to go check that price before you go make another decision. Let those people get out if they're wrong, that sort of thing. That's just my tinfoil hat, though.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to just draw a channel in the Nasdaq, we're at the bottom of it down here from yesterday's lows. I'm not a big channel guy, but
I always see them. I always see channels, and I'm like, damn, I should maybe be a channel guy. And then I'm just never a channel guy.
I'm a channel catfish. Channel. Yeah, I'm moving these targets up. These are going to go up. I want to add to this. Time to get funky.
That's right, Cooper. Big channel guy, huh? Yes. Sim says Leo's OR mid trade is coming up at 162. I've also heard this referred to as the Pharm line, which is a way that our friend Pharm has inserted himself into market lore, claiming an entire line for himself, which, just for the record, I think is pretty ridiculous. Just kidding. I like to see if Pharm's listening. Sometimes he is. I wouldn't jump on top of this short because it's pretty late in the day. I'm also not shorting this at all for a lot of my personal rules. We're living inside of the upper standard deviation band. The Nasdaq looks like it's just buying itself out of whatever sell-off this was. This looks like a total context change on the day. It might be good for a scalp, but I wouldn't. It's less. There's less meat on the bone because it's like, how much continuation do you want to get out of that trade? You've already kind of put in this big range, so I don't know. I wouldn't take it, but you can take whatever trades you feel comfortable taking. No, Crow, I haven't traded anything today. I got a really good scalp last night on the stream, and it kind of was enough for me to just be done. I just don't need to do anything else for the rest of the day.
What were you trading last night? ES or NQ?
NQ.
Nice.
way higher. I bought way higher.
Oh yeah, no, the opening. I took there was an opening long. I took for pretty nice back up into that overnight resistance area. I forgot what the exact number was.
Yeah, the bids are really chasing price.
Yeah, I accidentally just closed my NQ and then I have to re-enter at market. I mean, whatever, it's the same position, but the entry looks different. But hit the wrong button, wrong hotkey. But yeah, midpoint of the prior day in the Nasdaq 29,380. That's kind of top tick for me here today. Is where I think this could go. 73 above us is first stop for me.
So you can see whoever asked me about that trade, you want to look at the reaction when price gets there. I mean, like, it's fine to just have a trade with like, this is the level, whatever. But that's not how Leo takes those. That's not how any of us take any trades. What happened was this 142 guy here, he showed up and he chased price all the way up here. So he had to run 10 points. He started down here in the 40s, brought it up to 50s, finally got filled at 159, and price did not push back against that guy at all. You had a bunch of liquidity show up here at 163, and
silver trade was a trade of mine. Like, what's actually happening now?
Looking at my own page.
You listening to yourself talk?
Yeah, I just watch videos myself. I gotta learn, right?
It's fine. I listen to myself talk too. It's okay. We crossed into this 163 guy. So like, this is really initiative behavior here to the upside. You didn't really see any reaction of like, you want to see some exhaustion into that spot. This is the opposite of exhaustion. So there was nothing really to confirm that trade in the moment either. Is Besant live? Yes, that was Besant. Jack has a feed to Scott's practice speech. He does a practice speech before the real one.
Right. Yeah. So, Mr. Market, you start the stream. Got to play back this morning's entrance. You can find that there. It might go on my featured video section if production decides to, but I don't make those choices.
Where is that? Yes, I can help you with that. Chisholm, on the free DOM, there's some green lines that I cannot figure out. So if you go to this indicator section, you're looking at something in here. So one of these is going to be showing. It's either like 30-second opening range is on. You can turn this stuff on and off if you want to. Just make them transparent. But these are labeled lines that will show up on the DOM. This green zone is the London 30-second opening range. I like to mark those just to see where we're at in relation to where London opened. I find that often it serves as a pretty good pivot. Yeah, not bad pivot today. They spent most of their time above that range, and then once we sold off of it, we get below that. Pretty quick cascade. So it's just a good idea. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. It's just a good way that I've found to take a snapshot of what London's positioning might be going into our session. Sure, no problem, DZ. I think XY got me into the London 30-second OR. Maybe. I forget where I came up with it.
The 30-second OR? I thought that was Pax's thing.
No, the London session.
Oh.
Looking at the London Open.
Oh, looking at the London Open. So what's good about the London Open is now with daylight savings time being canceled, it won't move anymore, will it?
Oh, that's true. Well, no, wait. I thought, are we doing that or are we not doing that?
Wait, no, I think we're doing it.
Are you sure? Because I asked the question the other day and someone said, nah, that's not real yet. We're not doing that yet.
Gotta pull the chat. I thought we were doing it. I thought they weren't doing it, but then I thought it was official. Anybody know? Will we have daylight savings? What is...
Yes, daylight savings time clock changes are still happening. The bill still needs approval from the U.S. Senate to become law. Because the Senate has not passed the legislation, the biannual time change remains active.
Makes sense. All right, never mind. Nothing ever happens.
Nope. Not even that.
Never, I forget. Nothing ever happens.
Thanks for nothing. Man, this thing is, they are buying the piss out of this. This is a great reversal. Jealous of Jack's trade down there. We'll see what happens here at 82 and 89.
I love when it's hard to get in. And I'm in.
I was going to say, okay, that makes more sense. Yes, there is nothing quite as good as being in a lockout rally that you're not locked out of. It's very nice. You're like, yes, good.
Yeah, you're like, I know if I wasn't in this, I would just be looking at it going, damn it, I can't get in this. This is too hard to get in. It just keeps going.
Yep.
You guys are horrible.
Oh. Yeah, DZ, I just use 30 seconds just to see what the open is. That's just
hard to get in the market. Finish that sentence. Hard to get in the market.
The market.
The market.
You should be ashamed of yourselves, chat. All right. Well, ES is finally back to its open. We got a lot of passive selling at 76.80 there. It looks a little exhaustive now. At least on that little piece of tape.
All right. I'm going to just close out, but I'm going to get in again. Just want to reposition myself.
Yeah, we had these dudes right here. It's a decent sized piece of iceberg at 76.80. And then this is kind of this is a good way you can use the reaction to an iceberg. That's a nice. I'm still not selling it because they're still buying the hell out of it. But if that's a spot that you wanted to sell, it tapering like that, only getting 4 lots traded at 81.50 and then immediately coming back down and losing that spot. That is exhaustive behavior for now. So you have absorption, 76.80, exhaustion, 81.50, fades back below 76.80.
Yep. Buddha, GC is on the move. I agree. I'm looking for us to get down. Like, I actually think we're going to rotate down in a 46.85 area to 46.70 in gold, but I'm looking for longs on there. I'm just not interested in shorting gold. This has been such an uptrend, so I'm only doing longs. Just doesn't seem like a good. Or like maybe 95. We'll have to see. Should be at 95 here in gold. There's a lot of just support.
Yeah, I use OFL stuff. Sure do.
He's on the team. What do you mean?
Is my order flow indicator accessible to the public? Well, it depends on which one you're talking about. Most of them, yeah. Most of them are. I mean, they're all accessible to the public.
The good ones are not.
No, there aren't any that are not accessible to the public.
The ones that are really good are not accessible.
My secret sauce. That's funny. I appreciate the idea that you think that I would have something so good that I could show no one. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel like maybe I am a.
He's shown it to me.
Real guy. Yes, the delta volume profile, the leg to leg delta volume profile is free to the public. You can get that. The only thing that's not, I guess, that I use is Delta Map. It's not free. It's part of the OFL suite. That's the thing that colors my candles based on delta dominance. But yeah, for the most part, everything else is free.
You know what else is free, Stowe?
No. What else is free?
We have the Stowe trader profile.
Oh,
it's mission control. Flash my screen for a brief second.
What's this? This is a pity share. I know. This is a pity share. I know what's going on.
Dude, my dog heard your comment and literally went and laid down on the couch. He was so depressed. But there it is, baby. There's Stowe's. There's a link in the chat. It's equally as awesome as Jack's, by the way.
Right, for sure.
Actually,
I think Jack's probably has more stuff on it. On his, has much more content that's worth your clicking.
Oh my
but
God.
thank you.
I'm not sure about that because you have the indicator that works.
It's true. Secret.
Oh man. Hey man. All right, let's go back to you guys greens. Let's talk about the future here. Jack, you got a bunch of positions on.
Yeah, so I just trimmed out. I was been in and out of the Nasdaq on that chart. I just got out, but I'm looking to get back in. I'm holding my ES for higher time frame targets, and I'm just going to trade it in and out at NQ. I think we could get all the way up to 29,380 is kind of my top side of where I think could be a gravity part today. So I'm looking to trade for the long side for the remainder. ES, I'm looking to trade back to the midpoint, 76.88. Pretty confident in that. I got a bid in gold at 99 right now. I think 99, yeah.
Got it. Well, that edge full stat in the Nasdaq was startling to me. I immediately joined you. I actually had to go along.
Yeah, no, I was thinking because I don't know what the stat is, but I was like, I've just been seeing it. I've just been seeing that. That's why like Monday morning, I literally don't trade the open. I let that gap form, and I've just been a trade I've been taking without even knowing that stats there, just kind of in the back of my head. But as soon as I saw that, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it was startling because the rest of the week it's not like that. It's 60-40, stuff like that.
What's the stat? Can you give it to me again?
Dude, it was huge.
All right. So from Friday's RTH close to today's RTH open, there's a gap. Forget about what happened in Globex overnight.
Okay.
There's no trades. And that's the gap we're analyzing. And so the stat is on a Monday for that gap down, not for gap up, for that gap down in NASI, 90% of the time over the last 6 months, that gap has filled on a Monday.
Okay. I've heard this stat. May I devil's advocate this stat for a moment?
Yeah,
And,
sure.
You can be the 10%.
I would like to be, well, the problem with this stat and similar like gap close stats and like this hits by this time, whatever, I think it's missing a lot of times that, like, I don't know, can we approach that stat with
stat, dude.
I know, I understand it's a stat.
It's a 90% stat.
It's short for statistic.
Right. But how many times are we opening like if we open 10 points away from it, how likely is that to hit versus when we open 100 points away from it? You know, like I feel like those kind of stats miss that context for me.
That's a great point. There's more you could drill in and create a million different stats.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah, Edgeful has a way to tweak that around, so you can do that. I don't know. Well, yeah, 90% seems really good.
Yeah,
it does. It does.
Yeah. All right, I'm just
obviously
just putting my skepticism on.
You got to use this with your own bias, your own technique, your own edge, however you do it, and don't forget there's 10% of the time it didn't. So that's, that could be an outcome. So don't just trade the stat. Obviously, do all your stuff, combine, shuffle them together, flip over some aces. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear. I took the trade before I knew the stat. The stat just made me feel a little comfortable, but yeah.
Anyway,
I like to hear 90.
I like
90%
it.
Stats, 90% stats in a trade I'm already in based on other information.
I do think it would be weird. It would be weird if we don't go talk to previous day close. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
I
this
always
might be
think
the 10%.
it's weird.
We might not even get there, Stowe, but I just thought we'd get a decent bounce.
Yeah. Hey, you got it. You got it. Stat talks in terms of weird or not weird instead of the actual stats. So it'd be weird if we don't get there. I like it.
It would be weird. We got to go see what they were up to on Friday, right? They don't want to be left up there hanging without any chance to weigh in.
Nobody does. I gotcha. Hey, man. So we don't, going forward, Stowe, we didn't ask you. You're flat right now, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
All right. Do you have a game plan going into the afternoon or no?
No. I have some stuff to build. I'm gonna do a bunch of new vibe check stuff that's gonna take me an insane amount of work. So that's what I'm doing.
Got it.
I will tune back in for 2:00 to see if this thing wiggles, if Besant says anything fun. But other than that, I'm probably done.
All right. Before you guys cut, I do have another thing to promote. This is tomorrow, actually. This is another Discord event that we're having with the one and only Anthony Crudele and T-Trades tomorrow, 4 p.m. East Coast time after the bell. They're going to pop into, and they're going to be even-handed now, right? Because you're not going to see Deli's face, and you're not going to see T-Trade's face. So it's going to be it's going to be a fun event. Bring your Q&As in. There will be giveaways, plural with an S at the end. So hopefully we'll see you in the Discord channel. Mission Control has put that into the chat. So appreciate you on that.
I've seen it. He's a very handsome guy. Do you agree, Jim?
Oh yeah, he was my pickleball partner when we played pickleball.
I don't know what his deal is. He's a good-looking man.
He's a young, athletic dude. He volunteered to be handicapped with my old ass playing pickleball for the first time. Anyway, we're way over our allocated time today, gentlemen. Great job, though. Let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done on NinjaTrader Live. All right. Appreciate you too. We're going to do an abbreviated edge report, and then we're going to cut for lunch.
Word. Thanks, buddy. See you, Jack.
Thanks, guys.
Later.
All right. I feel like I got out of the doghouse a little bit with Stowe. Just a little bit. I feel good about it. Let's take a look at the micro NASDAQ up on the screen right now. So this was, all right. So just to kind of remind everybody what we're looking at, you got to go back to the bar that closes at 4 o'clock, right? And just draw your crosshair there. That's where it closed, 395.75. That stops the clock. The clock starts again at the open, which is at the right here, this particular candle here. What do we open? We opened up approximately 237 and 25. That distance between these two is the gap we were talking about. Now, we're a long, long way from getting filled, and we might not. I just wanted to make that very clear. But we did have a nice turnaround. We're not out of the woods yet. We're just right back to VWAP, right? Session and volume weighted average price. Now I'm using a 10-minute chart, and I just kind of wanted to show you, we had one candle that closed above it, but the second candle here that's percolating, that's supposed to be our confirmation candle, and it's not confirmed, right? We didn't continue up. We didn't make a higher high. It's not a green candle. It's a red candle. Came all the way back to rest on the VWAP. I want to wait for a confirmation candle before I'm ready to say, all right, price is trading above VWAP, and buyers are in control. Now it's looking like it's trying to do that, but again, I want a confirmation candle. We got a long time here, and this next candle, 10 minutes, it could be red, it could be green, it could be a doji. We don't know. The other thing I did, because lines are free on NinjaTrader platform, I literally just did a trend line from swing high, lower swing high, not a perfect touch, Jim, but close enough, and then a lower swing high. So we have 3 lower swing highs. That's not necessarily bullish, and that's kind of going to be a line in the sand for me. It's kind of important. It's right by prior week's lows at 29,202 right now. So again, close above, I'm going to be happy with respect to being bullish. Close below, well, maybe we're going to be back down to bearish and we won't hit that stat. So that's something to think about for the micro NASDAQ futures. That is late morning's abbreviated edge report. Appreciate everybody being here with us. We are way over time. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, the great camaraderie. Appreciate you, as usual, for making this community so very special. Having said that, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back. Shad's going to do an afternoon update, 2 o'clock. See you this afternoon.